Okay, so all members present, as City Clerk Mr. Fay already conduct the roll call. Good morning and welcome to our first virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Adjustment. My name is Ron Chatak, Committee Chair for today's meeting. The Committee of Adjustment is composed of 5 citizen members who are appointed by Brampton City Council. The committee is authorized by the Ontario Planning Act to consider applications for the minor variance from the provisions of the City of Brampton zoning bylaw. The committee also considered applications for consent, sometimes referred to as land division applications, which includes severing a new lot from an existing lot, a lot addition easement, mortgages, or leases in excess of 21 years. This meeting will be held through remote electronic participations in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001, as amended by Bill 187, the Municipal Emergency Act 2020, and an order in Council from March 2020, which amends the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and prohibits organized public events for more than 10 people. The City Council has authorized virtual meeting of its committees and with all members participating remotely to facilitate the continuation of city business during the current pandemic. We will begin the meeting with the city clerks calling the roll call attendance. At today's meeting, all members are present. Mr. Clerk already did the roll call. As we all continue to cope with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the Committee of Adjustment will proceed by conducting virtual meetings to support physical distancing and comply with the public gathering restrictions while ensuring the business of the municipality can continue. In-person attendance at this meeting is severely restricted. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting by the few measures. Number one, watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream after today's meeting meeting has concluded. Second, prior to the start of the meeting, pre-registering with the city clerk's office to speak as a delegation before the committee during the virtual meeting to share your comments and provide your input on a specific agenda item on today's meeting agenda. And third, prior to start of today's meeting, sending written audio or video submissions to the city clerk's office to be provided to the committee for consideration during the virtual meeting as your input on a specific agenda item. A final reminder for members of committee before we start to consider today's agenda business, please ensure your video is off and microphone is muted until you are assigned the floor. Then you can turn both on when you speak. This will help ensure only one person is speaking at one time and minimize other background disruption during the meeting. Before we could consider today's application, the committee has some procedural matters to take care of. The first is adoptions of the minute. The minutes of the previous meeting are presented in today's agenda. Committee members, is there any question, concern, or comment about these minutes? The meeting held on March 3rd, 2020. If no further question or comment, looking for a motion to proceed. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Seeing none. So motion put forward by Ms. Toffler, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? Carried. Anyone opposed? None. Okay. The next item we have declaration of interest.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. It's Peter, the clerk. Before we proceed to the next item, which is declarations, there is a procedural motion given the unique circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic that we're all living through. And the motion is on the screen. And because the Committee of Adjustment is an independent tribunal making decisions, it is appropriate for the committee to consider this procedural motion just to acknowledge the fact that it will be adapting its meeting procedures in accordance with public health official guidance and aligning its meeting procedures during a virtual meeting with the city council procedure bylaw by embracing the electronic means where possible and practical. So this motion is before you. It will require a mover and seconder, and then once adopted, it just helps the city fulfill its requirements to ensure that this virtual meeting can continue.
Sure, Peter. So committee members, we have this motion put forward by Mr. Fay. So looking for a mover and seconder so we can adopt. So I can say this motion is moved by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? None? Okay, carried. I guess now I can move to the declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none.
Ron, number 17 for me.
Okay, number 17, you mean the application number 17?
Application A19-200.
Could you please state nature as well?
Just because I'm familiar with the organization outside of the auto sale industry, I just know of a couple parties associated to them. So I think in the best interest of everyone that I stay away from that one. Just so nothing comes up down the road or there's any concern on my end or anyone else's. That come through?
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody else on any item being discussed here today? Seeing none. The next item we have is withdrawals and deferrals. For this meeting, we have a written request for an indefinite deferral of application A2020-0012 for 68 Bramley Road from Mark Denaris of Canyon Walker Domes Limited. Mr. Clerk, is there any registered delegation or correspondence received for this? We will now hear from the city staff on this matter.
Through the chair, we did not receive requests for delegation on this matter, other than the letter that we received from Mr. Denaris of Gagnon Walker Domes requesting the indefinite deferral.
Okay, so Ms. Myers, did we receive the letter? Sorry, I missed that part.
The letter is included as part of the agenda. And that letter is from Mr. Denaris of Gagnon Walker Domes requesting an indefinite deferral of application A2020-0012.
Okay, so I assume we need a motion to accommodate their request, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that you speak with staff.
Ask the committee members if there's any question and then to the staff.
Correct.
Okay. So committee members, we have requests for this application. The address is 68 Bramley Road. For indefinite deferral, do we have any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff would support the deferral, just not on an indefinite basis. Staff would be looking to defer the item no later than the end of August 2020.
My question is to staff, given the circumstances, is the end of August 2020 is appropriate?
We could look to September as well if you think more time would be better.
Do we have, thank you, Shelby, do we have anyone present from Canyon Walker Domes?
Mr.
I
Chair,
guess not, right, Ms. Myers?
Mr. Chair, there are representatives, and I will bring them into the meeting. Mark Denardis is here and has been brought into the meeting. And Mark, you can control your microphone.
Good morning, Mark. Are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, city staff, members of the public. It's Mark Denardis here from Canyon Walker Domes Urban Planners. We act as planning consultant to the registered owner of 68 Bramley Road. Yes, we filed a formal request for a deferral on June 30th after reaching out to city staff, given the passage of time since the pandemic. And we reached agreement with city staff for a deferral. And we've had an opportunity to review the report and find the recommendations acceptable. So August, September, those both work for us. Thank you.
Okay, so September or August works. What would you prefer, September, since the staff is already in agreement, they're okay with September?
September works, and we're going to do our best to consult with city staff in the coming weeks and try to resolve our issues. Thank you.
So I guess the appropriate will be, we'll put together that no later than September 2020 meeting. May I know the exact date, Ms. Myers, for the September hearing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a hearing scheduled for September the 8th. There is also a hearing scheduled for September 29th.
Okay, as thank you, Ms. Myers. As Mr. Denardis already indicated that even August is fine, so I assume September the 8th is fine. So what we can put together to this item to be deferred up to September the 8th hearing. And if that is okay with Mr. Denardis, if he's still there, then I can proceed, and staff already indicated that they're fine. So, any members? So, committee members, if any question or comment in regards to this application, if not, looking for a motion, a mover and seconder for this deferral request by Canyon Walker Domes. Ms. Stoffler, are you okay to move? So I assume it's moved by
Certainly, yes.
Ms.
Motion to
Stoffler
approve.
and seconded by Ms. Marcus to move to no later than September the 8th. Everyone is supporting this, so I assume it's all carried. Anyone opposed? Saying none, carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we move on to, I would ask Secretary Treasurer Ms. Myers, are there any other requests for withdrawals or deferrals?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we have received no additional requests for withdrawal or deferral of any of the applications on today's agenda.
Okay, then we move on to our next step. For those unfamiliar with the Committee of Adjustment procedure and process, I would like to give a brief explanation and scope Following some procedural matter that we have already undergone, the Secretary Treasurer will call the application by announcing the application number, the name of the applicant, and address of the property subject to the application. The applicant or authorized agent representing the applicant will then be invited into the meeting by the WebEx event host clerk. I request that you reserve any question or comments pertaining to the staff report until after the planning staff has had an opportunity to present. If there is anyone who has registered to participate electronically who wishes to speak to a particular application, you will be given the opportunity to do so when the application is presented and will be invited into the meeting by the WebEx events host clerk. Any decision made here today may be appealed to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, previously through the Ontario Municipal Board. Appeals received in City Clerk's office associated with minor variance and consent application will be processed and forwarded to LPAT. This process may be commenced with the Secretary Treasurer by filing a completed appeal form and filing fee within the prescribed 20-day appeal period. Information pertaining to the appeal process may be obtained by contacting the Secretary Treasurer within the City Clerk's office. Now we move on to the new minor variance applications.
Our first application today is A18167 9352791 Canada Inc. It's for a property located at 10788 Bramley Road.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Prince Reyes from Land and Building Experts. We have been retained by the owner of 10788 Bramley Road to submit an application to permit a 297 square meters, two-story office building. The office building will have a dental office on the first floor and two other offices on the second floor. The existing building on the subject land is 129 square meters, single detached one-story vacant dwelling. The property is zoned service commercials special section 2493 according to bylaw 270-2004 as amended. We are requesting the following variances: to permit a dental office and two additional offices, whereas the bylaw does not permit a dental office and permits only one office. The second variance is to permit a maximum gross floor area of 297 square meters, whereas the bylaw permits a maximum gross floor area of 258 square meters. The third variance is to permit a canopy to encroach 1.5 meter into the required front yard setback, whereas the bylaw permits a maximum encroachment of 0.5 meters into the required front yard setback. The fourth one is to permit a 0-meter landscape strip in the area of the shared access adjacent to a residential zone, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum 0.6 meter wide landscape strip adjacent to a residential zone to allow for a shared driveway with the property to the south and conforms to the intent of the zoning bylaw. The last variance is to permit a 0.3 meter and a 0.6 meter wide landscape strip adjacent to an institutional zone, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum 1.2 meter wide landscape strip adjacent to an institutional zone. The front yard encroachment is in keeping with the character of the existing area. Thus, the requested variance conforms to the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The requested variances are for a small increase in gross floor area by 39 square meters, an increase in front yard canopy encroachment by 1 meter, and reduced landscape strips. The variances are not anticipated to negatively impact the adjacent properties. We strongly requested variances are minor in nature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee member, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none? Anyone wishes to speak on this item?
No?
None? Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Before I mention more about the application, I just want to let you know that variance 1 is not required for this application. The applicant in few years ago had requested for a dental office to be permitted, and the offices, like the zone 2 permitted office, is permitted. So this variance is not required. Staff has reviewed the application and find that the application A18147 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. 2, that the applicant obtain a building permit for the proposed 2-story office structure prior to commencement of construction. 3, that the owner finalize site plan approval under City File SPA 2019-0045, execute a site plan agreement, and post any required financial securities and insurance to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. Or that the use not be established until such time as the city plan has been approved and all related on-site improvements are implemented to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. And 5, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee will render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Through the chair, given that staff have identified that one of the variances requested is no longer required, if we could have the agent acknowledge that the application is being amended to remove that variance number 1.
Yes, we are aware and familiar with all the conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, I assume no further discussion. If everyone on the same page, looking for a motion to proceed. Anyone, if no one has any question, comment, concern, then I can simply like to move on further. May I have a motion and a mover and a seconder? The motion put forward by Mr. Power to approve and seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? I assume it's approved. Anyone opposed? None? This is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, our next application today is A 2020-0024. Jatinder Paul Singh Rupal. The property is located at 26 Defoe Crescent.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Sanjeev Kumar, and I'm representing 26 Defoe Crescent, seeking the relief of the following variances. First is to permit the exterior stairway leading to the below-grade entrance to the required interior yard, whereas the bylaw doesn't permit exterior stairways. Second, to permit the interior side yard setback of 0.3 to the exterior stairway leading to the below-grade entrance, where the bylaw requires a minimum side yard setback of 1.2 meters. And third, to permit a 0.3 path of travel to the front wall of dwelling to an existing side door to be used as a primary access of required registered second unit, whereas bylaw requires unobstructed 1.2 meter path of travel from the front wall of the dwelling to the primary access of the second unit.
Okay. So, committee members, any question, comment, concern regarding this application? Seeing and hearing none. Anyone who wishes to speak on this matter? Anyone pre-registered? Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff recommend that application A-2020-0024 is supportable in part, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that variances number 1 and 2 be approved. Number 2, that variance 3 to permit a reduced path of travel to the primary entrance of a registered second unit be refused. Number 3, that the extent of variances 1 and 2 be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 4, that drainage on adjacent properties shall not be adversely affected. Number 5, that the below-grade entrance shall not be used to access an unregistered second unit. And number 6, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee should render the approval null and void.
Thank you. So to Mr. Kumar, are you in agreement? You understand and accept these conditions?
Yes, sir.
So during my site visit, I noted when someone is accessing your site entrance from your main door, I can see there's no steps and there's a big leveling gap, the floor level.
Yes,
so
sir.
How you are going to address that, as that side entrance is not accessible for anyone? I even forget about handicap. Even a person, even in the winter condition, it's not going to be easy as the step gap is higher than the normal space normally we have in between the steps. So, staff, are we putting some sort of condition as I have noted this, and you know, the level of the side entrance is below from the driveway, and there's no step. And in fact, there is a wooden piece has been put forward, has been installed, so that even increased the height of the level of the main entrance or the driveway level. So I'm sure, is that something we are going to address while we are obtaining the rest of the paperwork, or how we are going to put together?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, it's Elizabeth Corazola, Manager of Zoning and Sign Bylaw Services. I do note that the conditions don't implicitly state that a building permit be obtained. However, a building permit would be required for the construction of that stair, which has not been obtained at this point in time. So through that building permit process, the review for building code compliance would take place, and certainly any necessary revision or modification to the stairway would have to take place through that. If it is the will of the committee, certainly staff can recommend adding a condition that a building permit be obtained.
Sure, right. My point is just for the safety and for the future use, if we are looking at now, anything we can do to avoid that and to bring under the compliance and the proper bylaw, that's what I would like to see. So if we need to add that, and as long as the agent is willing to address, because all I noted during my site visit, there were tenants. So, and if there were tenants, I'm not sure if they're using the side entrance or not, as the condition says, other way, but I would still like to bring that path of travel to safe. I want that path of travel to be safe and to bring under the compliance. So if the agent is okay with it, or if they wish to say something, they're more than. Otherwise, I would like to include this condition as suggested by Ms. Corzola.
Yeah, I can agree with the condition given by Ms. Corzola, and we can take the permit and we can create the and rectify the path of travel. This is the main concern. This is the elevation difference, and we have to rectify it and take the building permit as per.
Okay. So, Ms. Corzola, if you can suggest the exact wording of this condition to be included is just to obtain the building permits? Is there a number of days?
Given the circumstance, Mr. Chair, I would recommend 90 days to obtain a building permit. I would make one additional request for a minor modification to the conditions, seeing that variance number 3, which prohibits this entrance from being used as the principal entrance to access a second unit. I'm asking that condition number 5 be modified such that the below-grade entrance shall not be used as the primary access to an unregistered or a registered second unit.
Okay. So if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed for these amended conditions.
Motion to proceed with amended conditions.
Motion to proceed with amended conditions by Mr. Power, seconded by Mr. Poole. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? Saying none? Carried. Thank you.
Our next application is A 2020-0025, Harpreet Luthra and Amajit Badwal. The property is located at 8888 The Gore Road.
Harpreet, please proceed. Just make sure that your sound is off on your microphone, or excuse me, on your speaker. And Carlo, you're in the session as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We are the number one permit.
Sorry, Carlo, please turn off your speakers, or if you have another device on, because the feedback is making it that we cannot hear you properly. So you may have another device on, this phone or another computer with the sound coming out, but please turn that off. Otherwise, the feedback will be too great and we won't be able to hear your delegation.
Hey, Carlo.
Hello, this is Carlo. I think Harpreet is the one who's going to
My apologies.
present the application.
So Harpreet, if you can make sure that other sound is off.
Yes, I have made it sure. Carlo.
That's much better.
Your speaker off. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
That's good. Thank you. We are requesting variances, 2 variances at this subject property. It is to permit a home occupation medical office to occupy 30% of the gross floor area of the dwelling, whereas the bylaw limits the area associated with the home occupation to a maximum of 15%. And the second is to permit a medical office as a home occupation in a 2-unit dwelling, whereas the bylaw only permits a medical office as a home occupation in a single detached dwelling. The current situation, as per our understanding, is that it confirms to the intent of the official plan. The property is designated residential in the official plan, and cluster high density in the Bram East Secondary Plan Area 41. The intention of designation to include the subject property within that redevelopment during the period of the transitory period. So it also confirms to the intent of the zoning bylaw, because the home occupation use will remain secondary to the residential use of the dwelling. And the variance 1, it also maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Variance 2 is to permit a home occupation in a 2-unit dwelling, whereas the bylaw only permits home occupations within a single detached dwellings. So while the built form of this dwelling is a single story, the single detached typology, the dwelling is currently being used as a registered 2-unit dwelling. So according to the floor plans which we submitted, the basement is currently being used as one dwelling unit and the other is on the main floor. So this also maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. The number 3rd is this application is desirable also for the appropriate development of the land. The property is of a size and type that the establishment of the medical office home occupation is not anticipated to negatively impact the adjacent properties. So I would definitely request that that be allowed. The use also will be minor in nature, and the requested variances are requested to facilitate the establishment of medical office home occupation in the existing 2-unit dwellings, so occupying the gross floor area of 30% of the dwelling. So that is all respectfully submitted, and we request that the application be approved. Sorry, one quick, I have read the staff report also. We accept all the recommendation except there's one comment to remove the uncovered portion of the concrete. I definitely want to request that that either be removed, or we want that to be improved upon because there was already an existing shed for car parking there before, like when we bought the property. We want either we will improve that uncovered portion of the concrete, or if it cannot be done, then we will definitely comply with the removal of that uncovered portion of the concrete. That is all it is submitted. Thank you.
No problem. We'll get to hear the staff's opinion momentarily. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point in regards to this? None?
No.
For the record, I would like to include the 2 correspondence we received. One is from the Alpine Homes, stating they don't have any objection, so they are fine with it, as all except recommendation number 1 in the report. It is important that the temporary approval be issued for the minor variance, so they tend to agree with the staff's opinion. The second we have is from Thundercan Limited. They are representing Forest Side Estate Inc. And they are requesting the committee to approve this for the time limit of 2 years for this variance, because that's recording order. So they have stated their concerns, and they're requesting the variance to be limited for 2 years. So any other correspondence, or if no one else wishes to speak on this, I would like to hear the staff's opinion, what staff has to say on this report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the application and find that application A2020-0025 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. 1, that variances 1 and 2 be approved for a temporary period of 3 years. Number 2, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown in the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 3, that a site plan application shall be submitted within 60 days of the committee's decision, and the site plan shall be approved and implemented within 180 days of the committee's final decision, or within an extended period of time as approved by the Director of Development Services. Number 4, that the use not be established until such a time as the site plan has been approved and all related on-site improvements, including but not limited to the removal of the uncovered foundation, are implemented to the satisfaction of the Director of the Development Services. And number 5, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay, my question is to Ms. Swinfield. The applicant indicated regarding that uncovered foundation, the removal of uncovered foundation, the concrete pad. What's the staff's position for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, on site inspection, staff noticed that there was quite a bit of outdoor storage going on the property, and it kind of seemed to be in a bit of a lower state of repair. So what staff are trying to achieve through this is either that unused, uncovered foundation be removed and the property kind of be restored that way, or, you know, through the site plan application, it would be possible that they could, like the applicant said, repair that structure and reuse it if possible.
Okay, I'd like to hear the owner's point of view on this, but I do noted when I pass from there multiple times, I do note that there was a good number of vehicles parked, not in the proper accordance as any business should have done. So I guess those are the things will be addressed at the time of the site plan application. But in regards to staff's comment and regarding to the concrete pad, if I believe it's Mr. Luthra, if you can come back and put your side.
That's right, Mr. Chair. Definitely, that uncovered portion of the concrete will be taken care of either by like improving upon that or by removing it completely, and the concerns will be addressed when the site plan is done. And that is I heard the staff's comment that it was being used as outside storage, whereas the garbage bins were located on that uncovered portion of the concrete, because sometimes we miss the picking up of the garbage, and it's stored over there. Not stored, it's kept there and wait for the next week to pick it up by the garbage trucks from the city. So, but definitely that concern be addressed.
Okay, so maybe it will be appropriate to change the condition a little bit, not necessarily removed, but to review at that stage when during the site plan application process. So if it's usable and if somehow it can be used with a slight modification or for another garbage pad, as they may require this anyway, or any other or for any other portion, I think that would be appropriate. If we include in the recommendation or the condition, the problem will be that even if the owner can use it, but still, because we put in the condition, they may have to remove. So, Ms. Linfield, is this okay if we just slightly modify this condition? And we can review everything at the later stage, including this concrete pad?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, I would recommend an amendment that would say, including but not limited to the improvement or removal of the uncovered foundation, to address it either way.
Yep. Okay. So I assume there should be no objection by anyone on this. If no further discussion or
I'm sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize. It's Elizabeth Corzola again. I do just want to note for the committee's benefit and perhaps request a condition associated with the use of the property as a 2-unit unit dwelling. I have confirmed with our records, and this is not currently a registered 2-unit dwelling. I do see that in the variance there, the original application was asking that the basement be used as a secondary suite in conjunction with the medical office, which is what the variance is for. However, I would also ask that a condition be added that any use of the basement as a secondary unit shall require registration and compliance with the zoning bylaw and building code.
Thank you, Ms. Corozzola. That was a nice catch, and we somehow, I guess, overlooked, but that's necessary. So back to Mr. Luthra. I assume there should be no problem with that?
Yes, that's fine, Mr. Chair. We will comply with the bylaws completely.
Okay, so if no further discussion on this matter, looking forward a motion and a seconder for the motion for this amended conditions. Motion supported by Mr. Cope.
Chair, I second it.
Okay, motion supported by Mr. Cope to support recommended conditions and seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? None? Carried. So this is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the committee. Thank you.
Our next application is A20-0026, James Medeiros. The property is located at 62 Porchlight Road.
Mr. Medeiros, you here?
Mr.
Or anybody on behalf of
Please,
Medeiros,
Mr. Medeiros is
62
here.
Porchlight Road?
Go ahead, Mr. Medeiros. Your microphone is unmuted. You've just muted it again. Please go ahead.
Good morning, committee chair and committee members and staff.
Morning.
Oh, it's right. You can hear me.
Yes, you're good, Mr. Medeiros. Please keep going.
Okay, bear with me. I'm first time I ever did this.
So
good morning, committee
we
chair. Good morning, committee chair and
good morning.
committee members and staff. I'm asking for a minor variance to permit 3 sheds.
Okay, thank you. I wish all the applicants present the application the way you are doing. That'll be much easier. So anyway, we have your application in front of us, Mr. Medeiros, and we have all the information. I just want to ask my fellow committee members if there is question, comment, concern. Saying none. For the record, I would like to include one correspondence stating their support for this application of 62 Porchlight by Heather and Neil Crossley. Yes. If anybody else, any other correspondence received or anybody registered to the staff, this is the time, or anyone wishes to add anything. If not, I would move to staff. They can present their report.
Through the chair, there's also correspondence received from Credit Valley Conservation indicating no objection with this application. They have no
My
concerns.
bad, I was just pulling that, Ms. Myers, but thank you. It's a big file and scrolling down is not easy on multiple screens. So for the record, I would also like to include the letter from CVC stating no objection. And now we can move to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is David Vandenberg. I'm filling in for Shelby. She has had to step away for a minute. So staff is in support of this application, subject to a number of conditions. One is that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the notice. 2, the owner shall obtain a building permit for the oversized accessory structure, shed 1, within 60 days of the decision of approval, which may be extended at the discretion of the chief building official. And 3, failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros. Are you okay with these conditions and accept?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree.
Okay, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed.
Motion to proceed.
Sorry, that was staff, or I assume Ms. Marcus?
Ms. Mark, it was Ms. Marcus.
Okay, that's great. So motion to support staff recommendation by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Pope. All in favor? Anyone opposed? None, so it's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
Thank you so much, committee members and staff. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is A20-0027, Javinder Gurmit Kaur and Sajan Singh Lali. The property address is 10705 Torbram Road.
Manny, please go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi.
This is Manny. I'm speaking on behalf of the client. Good morning, Chair.
Manny, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, this is Manny Chauhan, and I'm the principal planner with G4 Urban Planners from Mississauga. Address is 100 Matheson East, Mississauga. So again, good morning, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee, staff, and the public. We are here to ask for 3 variances, and I would request the committee to consider a variance change for item number 2, which says to permit outside storage in conjunction with the home occupation limited to 2 utilities trailers, whereas the bylaw does not permit outside storage. I would like to add to that plus 2 pickup trucks. I think there was an error here in making this the request, because this was already the part of the OMB approval, which required 2 pickup trucks as well as 2 utility trailers. Apart from that, I've read the planning report, which is in front of me, and I'd like to request the committee to change the variance for a period of 2 years to the period of 3 years. The reason is that there are financial constraints that the client is facing at this particular moment. We had made an application for a change of use, but the city staff, even though they looked at it from a planning perspective, they would more prefer a residential change of use rather than a commercial there in this property. Again, because of the COVID-19 and commercial constraints with regard to his business, it may not be possible to make that application and get it approved within 2 years. So we're looking at 3-year period with your consensus, and with Ms. Shelby's consensus, we would like to change that to 3 years. Apart from that, the conditions as applied to the project, to the variance, we would like to delete item number 2 of those conditions, which regard to the fencing be removed from the daylight triangle. The reason for this is that we had the OMB decisions which reflected that we had to do these things to the, move the fence back, and that was one of those conditions. We got that done. We had a site plan condition to be approved, within a certain amount of period, which is 180 days. We got that done. The site plan was approved on April 21st, 2015, which reflected an inspection done by the city, and they okayed the fence position as it was, and it was in accordance with the OMB directives. So the fence is in its right place, and I don't know why that condition has been applied. Maybe Ms. Shelby will be able to better talk about it. I would like that the condition number 4 be restricted to the point where it says as identified in condition 3. As far as the others condition goes, that any existing outdoor storage of the equipment and material shall be removed, and said removal shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 30 days of the final date of committee decision is not required, simply because condition number 6 says that the failure to comply and maintain conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. So we are actually already confined to that condition that we shall only maintain an outdoor storage of 2 pickup trucks and 2 utility trailers. Condition number 5, which has been imposed there, is again null and void because of condition number 6. So that is my request.
Okay, we'll just go to staff if committee members know further. If you don't have any question or comment at this point, we'd like to hear staff's opinion, and then you may have some question. I don't mind coming back. But before we go to staff, I just want to check if there's any other correspondence or any objection or any other correspondence we received. If not, we'd like to go to staff to hear staff's recommendation, as well as some comments made by the agent to request some sort of modification if that is possible, or if not, then what staff's point, so the committee can look into it.
So through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the application and find that A 2020-0027 is supportable, subject to a number of conditions. And as I go through them, I'll kind of explain the intent behind them. Number 1, that the variances be approved for a temporary period of 2 years from the final date of the committee's decision. Number 2, that all fencing be removed from the daylight triangle abutting Torbram Road and Brucewood Drive and relocated to within the limits of the applicant's property, and said removal shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 30 days of the final date of committee's decision. So while the applicant noted that through the site plan application, the fence location was determined by and meeting the OMB standards, since that wood board fence that is permitted has been installed, there has since been a chain link fence installed in front of it that is significantly impeding into the daylight triangle and causing visibility issues at that intersection. So staff are looking to have this removal done within 30 days of the final decision because it is causing a safety problem and it could be a liability for the city in that regard. Number 3, outdoor parking for the home occupation shall be limited to a maximum of 2 pickup trucks and 2 utility trailers. This is consistent with the previous OMB conditions. Number 4, that no outside storage or operation of equipment and materials is permitted in association with the home occupation, other than the outdoor parking of trucks and trailers as identified in condition 3, and that any existing outside storage of equipment and materials shall be removed, and said removal shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 30 days of the final date of the committee's decision. The intent of this condition is to have the applicant remove the non-permitted outside storage as soon as possible. Upon site inspection, it was found that there is quite a bit of material and waste being stored in the landscaped area of the property, which is actually in contravention of the conditions imposed by the OMB, which could impact the validity of the variance if that kind of removal isn't taken care of right away. So that's why staff are nailing it down to that timeline, just to try and get this property improved as soon as possible. Number 5, that the vehicles being stored on the property in excess of those permitted by condition 3 shall be removed, and said removal shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 30 days of the final date of committee's decision. Again, staff are looking to have the non-permitted outside storage cleaned up as soon as possible. And number 6, the failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winfield. Before I make a comment, committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none?
No.
Hearing none, I should say. So back to the agent. I hear you, what you are suggesting, and as well as staff. I see there was OMB approval in the past. The last approval given by OMB was in 2014. In the 6 years of time, however, the neighborhood character obviously changed, and it's going to be changed in the near future. There's going to be more density residential north of where you are now. So I obviously, even if in the event, if it's not satisfactory to you and anyone, not particularly you, anyone wishes to go to OMB or LPAT now, they will be looking according to the present circumstances and the scenarios. So having said that, all these minor necessary modification, I sincerely feel that need to come under compliance. However, I tend to agree personally, and I would leave up to the committee for your request from 2 to 3 years, given the fact that we are in this pandemic and the business may already be suffering, and whether it's 2 years or 3 years, as long as not more than 3 years, I am personally willing to accommodate that request.
Yeah.
But rest of, I think staff has been fair with the rest of your requests, with 2 pickups and 2 utility trailers, given the fact that this is, back onto a quite dense townhouse complex, and safety is the #1 concern. And I'm sure you tend to agree. We unfortunately had unfortunate incident just a block north from your property. So, and I'm not saying anything to do with your site, respectfully, but just in general, I would like to see, especially when there are heavy vehicle involved, I would be just extra careful for all those daylight measures. So that's why I would support staff's recommendations throughout, except the first request you asked from 2 to 3 years on a business point of view, given the nature we are in. I'm okay to accommodate, but again, 2 or 3 years is a lot of time. It's better, I would suggest that you or your clients sit with the city and go ahead for a proper future plan in regards to this lot. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? And I'd like to hear Mr. Johan's point of view.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, please.
That's okay, Mr. Chan. You can go ahead and.
Right. Thank you for the consideration. I'm just going to take off the speakers. Thank you for the consideration, and we would be happy to have the extension for 3 years. With regard to the fencing, I know that the wooden fence is the property of the owner. I'm not too sure whether the chain link fence is the property of the owner. It could have been installed at a time when the subdivision at the back was approved. I will check with the client, and if it is the ownership of the client, then we will have it removed. If not, we will inform the city accordingly. and they could take any other measures to have that fence removed. Because it would be beyond my client to remove it if it doesn't belong to him. So the other thing is that there was a site inspection done before this report was created or made, and I would like to point out to the committee that a site inspection does not constitute that there was any discrepancies in the owner trying to avoid what is allowed to him. I believe that he's running a home occupation, and in that home occupation, some subcontractors and other people do come to take directions or take a load or, work with the client to do a paving industry which they are in, and they do not park or store their vehicle on that particular property because storage means an overnight storage, which does not happen. So just by virtue of one inspection, it may not be possible to discern very accurately whether the client is actually failing to comply with any previous permissions. Having said that, we assure you that we will be continuing to adhere to any conditions that have been imposed, but having the condition already there as part of failure to comply would mean that, it's just putting an extra burden on outside to, ensure that if some extra parking is done during the day, it gets taken away because of some complaint, it does not tantamount to being a violation of storage because it would be a daytime parking for business purposes. It would be a visitor. So, having said this, any person who complains, somebody comes and takes the truck away, we go back again to the city and say, look, it wasn't storage. So unless somebody can prove that it is storage, we would be hard pressed to even run around to the city all the time. And with regard to the other point, with regard to storage of material and equipment, there was a gardening process that was taking place on this property, and they gardened up their yards. And I think there was a dump of earth and other material on the site, which has since been removed.
Okay, Mr. Chauhan, the condition number 6 is going to remain there, failure to comply. We won't be looking to remove it. However, we note, and so as city clearly understands, we are not talking about the daytime visitor unless it's creating some sort of issues. We're talking about overnight storage parking. So, I'm not in agreement to remove this, our condition number 6. This is going to be as not only your application, that is one of the mandatory condition I always like to put for any sort of application where the conditions are involved, and certainly to this one as well. In terms of
excuse me, I was. Hi.
Let me finish, please, and then when your turn comes, I'll ask you to speak, please. In terms of fencing, I do note that there is a wooden fence, and then there's a chain fence of the same height. So I would like to ask staff. To me, I do understand the daylight visibility comes to an effect. But if we are just removing the visible chain link fence and then just maintaining the other one, the wooden one, that would not achieve the object. And it looks like to me this chain link fence is installed by whether the development at the back, if not by the corporation. And also, if I can get some clarity from Ms. Corozzola regarding, as the agent mentioned a couple of times, the visitors and the overnight parking scenarios. I'm sure I said in the right way, but still, if there is anything change, if Ms. Corozzola can put together her 2 cents of wisdom, as we always look up to her. But back to Ms. Renfield.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, were you seeking clarity on the fence question or the
Yeah,
parking question?
the fence question. And if you wishes to add other comments put forward by the applicant.
Okay, so in regard to the fencing, I'm not sure what exactly took place that allowed the chain link fence to be constructed there. Definitely it wasn't there at the time of the site plan approval, as there is specific wording within that OMB condition that says that it shall just be a wood board fence located wholly within the limits of the property. Now it could be that the fence has kind of shifted over time, wood board fences can lean and stuff like that. And that in combination with the addition of that chain link fence is what's creating the visibility issue. So we would like to see that wood board fence relocated back within the property limits if it has in fact shifted, to ensure that that full daylight triangle as approved is maintained.
What I can see from the intersection, Ms. Winfield, and I do pass by there a number of times, if not every day, almost every other day or so. If I am in, even now, I can see on the Google map at the intersection of Australia and Brucewood and Tarbrum, you can see even by removing the chain link fence, we will not achieve as long the wooden fence is behind. I do understand that if that fence is not in their property, especially the wooden fence, I don't mind revisit that one, but to me, this chain link fence is not installed by the way it looks by this property owner. It's whether I believe the city or the development at the back they have done. So I'd like to put together something along the conditions to not to remove if or just to put together a wording that we necessarily not remove this fence, so we can look at later when we are receiving all other necessary paperwork. And what's staff's opinion from 2 to 3 years? On that note, I need some staff's opinion.
For you, Mr. Chair, staff would be all right with going from 2 to 3 years. And then I would double check the wording with Ms. Corzola after, but I would recommend then for the condition regarding the fencing. So really, the way it's worded currently is just that all fencing be removed and relocated within the limits of the applicant's property. Maybe Ms. Corzola can help me out here, but I would understand that if the city removed, if the chain link fence was on behalf of the city and the city removed that part and the applicant pushed their wood board fence back, then that would be considered to satisfy the condition. It doesn't necessarily put the ownership right on the applicant, or we could include some wording to the effect of that the applicant shall work with the city to remove the fencing in the daylight triangle.
Sure. Ms. Corzola, if we can discuss about a little bit wording over the fence and some overnight parking, as the applicant, the agent made some comments in regards to that.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, through you. I think my recommendation, just having listened to the discussion and having had now the opportunity to actually review some of the archived aerial imagery that the city actually maintains, it's quite obvious that that chain link fence was installed prior to the installation of the wood board fence. I suspect likely to secure off that land that was under development. So in respect to condition 2 on the fencing, I would suggest that it simply be reworded to state that the applicant shall ensure that all fencing be located wholly within the applicant's property. and that there shall be no objection to the removal of any portion of the fence within the city's right-of-way, currently obstructing the visibility triangle. I don't know that it's appropriate necessarily to require that this owner remove that fencing, which may or may not have been installed by the city or at the direction of the city earlier in time when the subdivision was under development. And nor do I think that it's necessarily something that will be done within 30 days, given the current circumstances with city closure of most normal operations. So I think that ensuring that any fencing that was installed by the applicant is wholly within their property is appropriate, and that they should not object to the removal of the fencing that is obstructing. And certainly the city has a right to remove any obstruction on its own road allowance.
Okay, that's fair. And in terms of the visitor parking and outside storage, overnight parking?
Sure. So, I mean, there are a couple of issues, obviously. If it's a regular occurrence and there are a number of vehicles that are parked there on a regular basis, whether they're coming and going, the zoning bylaw looks at them differently. So there's outside storage of oversized motor vehicles, but obviously visitor parking of vehicles that are not classified as oversized would be permitted on a temporary basis for, the operation or an association with the home occupation that is being requested. I think from an enforcement perspective, I don't have any concern with the condition as written. The condition number 4 does not state, condition number 5 suggests that vehicles being stored on the property in excess of those permitted by condition 3 shall be removed. So if the vehicles are not being stored there and are simply parked there temporarily during normal business hours, then that would not seem to be a violation of that condition. If, however, the property is inspected in the evening hours or, overnight, and those vehicles are found to be there and there are more than the 2 that would otherwise be permitted by condition 3, then that could be seen to be a contravention of the bylaw.
Okay.
I'll say on behalf of the applicant, I don't think that they're requesting condition 6 to be removed, which is the standard failure to comply. I think the issue was with respect to the condition 5, which states that vehicles being stored in excess of those permitted by condition 3 shall be removed. And they're concerned that demonstrating this may be difficult if there are visitors that are on the site when planning staff or when enforcement staff come to do their inspection to clear that condition. And again, it would have to be something that would be demonstrated as storage rather than temporary parking.
Thank you, Ms. Carzola. And so just for the last time, so far we are only suggesting, and staff is okay with that, for the temporary period of from 2 to 3. But rest of the conditions to remain as same, or we have some sort of modification in regards to fencing or not?
I think the modification through you, Mr. Chair, is to condition number 2, that the applicant shall ensure that all fencing is located wholly within the limits of the applicant's property, and that the applicant shall not object to the removal of any fence within the daylight triangle.
Okay, so slight change in first 2 conditions and the rest of the conditions to remain same. Now I would like to go back to the agent and to check that we have come to this conclusion. What's their take on it? We are accommodating, even though I still need to go through the committee approval, I'll go once we are in some sort of verbal agreement. 2 to 3 years, we are willing to look into it. But the fencing portion we slightly changed, which is good for, I believe, all parties, as the agent already indicated regarding the fencing, and the rest of the conditions to remain same as drafted by staff. Mr. Chauhan?
Thank you. With regard to condition number 2, I'm in agreement except for the fact that we would like to have included within the context of that paragraph saying that all fencing belonging to the client or to the owner could be removed or placed back on his property. Again, coming back to the point that we have to clarify whether this belongs to, this fence belongs to the client or not. So we would like that clarity to be, reflected in that paragraph saying all fences belonging to the owner.
I guess,
Having said that,
sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chauhan.
having said that, it was never the intention of the applicant to have the removal of condition number 6, and that's a mandated condition which we realize. But we were just saying that the other conditions were superfluous in the fact that condition 3 required a limit to the maximum amount of parkage that would be allowed. And so would, the storage on the property of condition number 5. So if you feel that, these conditions are not repeating themselves.
Mr. Chauhan, my apologies to interrupt you. We do see these applications time to time, and trust me, I know the nature, and I can read in between the lines. With all due respect, I understand oftentimes, even though it's permitted 2 vehicles, but the applicant's intentions is always to get more vehicles. And I'm not saying necessarily in regards to your application, but as Ms. Corzola mentioned, that during the day visitor parking, that is not applying on this variance. And in second to the fencing, for your clarification, I would request Ms. Corzola to come back one more time to just quickly summarize what she already indicated. That if that fence is going to be found that need to be relocated, it's not necessary that staff is going to remove the fence. So, Mr. Chauhan, you understand what I'm saying before I go to Ms. Corzola quickly?
Not really. Simply because, again, would my client remove that fence based on the fact that it belonged to the city or belonged to the developer at the back or belonged to any other agency?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may just offer some clarification as to the recommended condition. And I'm happy to add some wording as recommended by the applicant. So condition number 2 is being recommended to be changed to that all fencing belonging to the applicant and installed in accordance with the approved site plan shall be located within the limits of the applicant's property, and that the applicant shall not object to the removal of any fencing within the city's road allowance. There's no requirement in that regard for the applicant to remove the fencing on the road allowance unless it is the fencing that is that was installed by the applicant in accordance with that approved site plan. And the chain link fence that was installed, if the city wishes to remove it and if it is causing visibility issues, then that's certainly something that our road operations staff would have the authority to do.
Okay, Ms. Corzola, to not just to the applicant's defense, to me, the chain link fence seems fine, and that perfectly makes sense there as it is. But again, I know the condition and I understand very well. If that can remain as is, that would be fine unless this is the location issue. So back to Mr. Chauhan, I guess staff is pretty clear. It's just, they just stated different wording, so you can understand better, and it may not affect your client at all. Mr. Chauhan, are you there?
Mr. Chauhan is still on the call. Mr. Chauhan, are you there?
Maybe it's mute.
He is unmuted, but he is in the session twice. I'll try and unmute his other microphone. No, he's still in the session. I'm not sure what's happened. His microphone appears to be unmuted, but he has, through you, Mr. Chair, it looks like he has just left the session. Or perhaps we'll just give it a moment just to see if he comes back. He may be trying to reconnect. He may have lost a connection.
For you, Mr. Chair, if I might, this is Desiree Durfler speaking.
Uh-huh.
There was a question brought up about parking. If I look to the application, the request number 2 requests to permit outside storage in conjunction with the home application, the home occupation limited to 2 utility trailers, whereas the staff recommendations, item number 3 speaks to outdoor parking as opposed to storage. So if we could get a clarification whether that item number 3 should indicate outdoor storage rather than parking, and if there are any restrictions on parking related to clients or the owner of the property.
Sorry, Ms. Duffler, we'll just wait for...
Sorry, I may be able to offer just some background information through you, Mr. Chair, in response to Member Doppler. The bylaw deals with outside storage and parking of vehicles associated with a home occupation. The terms storage and parking are oftentimes intermingled because there's the temporary parking that you would associate with a visitor to the property that's coming and going, as opposed to the storage of a vehicle that would be the property of the owner of the business that would remain on site and would periodically come and go. So while those two terms are sort of taken together in some instances, the variance that was requested did not identify the vehicles in addition to the outside storage of the trailers. Now, in that regard, I can confirm that the previous approval, as indicated by the I guess it was the OMB back in the day, or the LPAT, the previous approval and the conditions associated with it are identical to the conditions that are being recommended here, which is that the parking for the home occupation is limited to 2 pickup trucks and 2 utility trailers. So whether they're parked or stored on that property, they are the vehicles and those vehicles that are permitted to remain on the property for prolonged periods and not just as a visiting, coming and going parking.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Manny is back and I'm just going to unmute him.
Mr. Chauhan, you're back?
Yes, something went wrong with my connection, so I actually logged on to my cell phone.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
I missed about 5 minutes of the discussion. If somebody could just fill me up.
Sure, we did not actually discuss much, but one of the members was just seeking some clarity over the parking stuff, but nothing really major. But I guess so you can. We were just looking to speak with you.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So where we left off last time was that staff was willing to add in a couple of words which I had requested regarding ownership of the fence. We're okay with everything else beyond that for condition number 2. I heard you, Mr. Chair, saying that there are some underlying problems that we face with our community, that we've got to ensure that everybody is on the same page and people always look for additional parking. And I do know that you mentioned that it's not the case in all the times, but the staff would like to actually ensure that people are on the same page and there's no misuse of trust here, or there's no misuse of permissions that are granted. So I will accept conditions 4 and I will accept conditions 5. If you could just change the dates from 30 to 60 days. I'm not too sure about whether 30 days would be sufficient, but if you'd like to change those dates, that would be nice. After the pandemic, I'm sure those 30 days would be fine, but we're not sure how long this is going to carry on.
Sure, Mr. Chauhan. Even if you read, that's the discretion of Director of Development Services. But I do understand your concern, and I'm okay with 60 days. And it may not even necessary as staff put forward the wording. The main object here is to continue with your client's business, given the circumstances, and not only just for 2 years, we are ready to look for 3 years. And the rest of the things are, just to provide that some sort of policing, so the property maintain clear, and the trust stays there as it has been for over almost 6 years. So thank you for your acknowledgement on that. And I guess staff is okay for Mr. Chauhan's request from 30 days to 60 days for the condition number 2. And
my apologies, sorry, just for clarification, the time frame associated with condition number 2 has been recommended to be removed entirely.
Okay.
Because they are simply ensuring that the fencing is on their property, fencing belonging to them is on their own property, and not objecting to the removal of the fencing within the visibility triangle. I think that it should be left to the discretion of city staff as to how and when that fencing may or may not be removed if necessary to ensure that sightlines are maintained. I'll read the condition as drafted once again. I have provided a draft to the Secretary Treasurer, but I'll read it for the benefit of everyone. So condition number 2 is proposed to now read that all fencing belonging to the applicant and installed in accordance with the approved site plan shall be located entirely within the limits of the applicant's property, and that the applicant shall not object to the removal of any fencing within the road right-of-way as may be required to ensure visibility and maintain sightlines. Now, if the applicant is concerned about the timeframes imposed in conditions 4 and 5, which are also 30 days, then that is something that the committee may wish to address if that is the request that's being asked, to extend that timeframe to ensure compliance within 60 days of the final decision.
I think that would be better given the circumstances if we change that to 60 days. Because 30 days sometimes is too quick.
For you, Mr. Chair, planning staff would be fine with 60 days.
Okay, so I guess we have enough discussion from all parties. One last time, back to Mr. Chauhan. Staff is okay for 60 days in the condition number 5, and it's from 2 to 3 years. Are you okay? Understand?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee and staff. I acknowledge you working with me on this particular reframing of the conditions. I'm okay with condition number 2 as just spoken. I'm okay with conditions 4 and 5 remaining there, subject to the fact that the extension of the days be 30, instead of 30 days, 60 days. And I would be more than happy to oblige going by these conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. Committee members, if any question, comment, concern, We have some changes, 2 to 3 years and 30 to 60 days, and changed of the wording in the second condition. So if any question, comment, concern, you're more than welcome. If not, looking for a motion to proceed with the amended staff recommendations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, motion to proceed with staff amended recommendations.
By Mr. Power. I saw the hand of Mr. Cope in support as well. So Mr. Cope is seconding this motion. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next application is A 2020-0028, Ali Zayed. The property is located at 9362 Heritage Road.
Ali, you are now in the session. You can unmute your microphone and please proceed. And we will bring up your presentation that you provided to staff this morning.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Speaker and the committee member and staff. I'm applying here for adding a second floor on the existing house and enlarging it as shown by the site plan drawing. Which is actually, the enlargement is very minimum. It's adding to the back about 4 feet.
Okay.
I think there was another report was submitted by the CVC.
Yeah, I'm pulling into it. You wish to add anything else, Mr. Zaid?
No, I've got the planning comments, and I hope for my reply to them on email that it's convincing to showing that the great, what do you call it, the GTA West highway is not affecting the area where the house is, because that's moved from the focused analysis area to the reduced interest properties, which is in the green area.
Sure, I'll go back to staff and ask their comments. However, I'm just trying to look at the CVC letter. But anyway, maybe Mr. Myers can help me out with it. I don't see they're attached, but
I received a letter with support from the CVC. It was sent to me by the city.
yeah, I should have. We have just different attachments, so it should have been some other attachment. But maybe Ms. Myers can read their comments or their recommendation. That would be fine. Just to bring in on record. Committee members, if any question you may have, you can ask now, or we'll just go to the staff to ask for their recommendations. We'll go to staff and they can read their recommendations, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the subject application and find that application A-2020-0028 is not supportable. The intent of the interim control bylaw is to essentially freeze the lands within it for development while the province determines which lands will ultimately be included within the expropriation plan for the future transportation corridor. The reconstruction and expansion of this single detached dwelling would represent a significant investment into the property, which is counter the intention of that interim control bylaw. And as such, staff are not able to support this application.
Okay, Ms. Myers, just to, maybe it's just lost within the attachments, I was just trying to scroll if any CVC letter I think I saw earlier stating no objection, I believe.
Through the chair, I'm not able to confirm at this time comments from the CVC.
Okay.
I do have the letter.
But you have heard the staff's opinion in regards to your application. So
Yeah, the staff opinion was showing that that highway is affecting on the focus analysis area, but the property itself or the house itself where I want to build it, it's in the green area. So why this is going to be affected and how long is going to be waiting for that? I've been waiting for more than 3 years now.
I'll ask the staff, back to staff, if they can shed some light on this comment by the applicant, Mr. Zaid.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So staff referred to the 2019 scoped study area that's attached to my report as Appendix 1. It shows that the property is located significantly within the purple area, with a small portion at the bottom being in the green area. Because of the mapping available to us, it appears that most of this property is located within that purple area, and staff would not feel that it would be appropriate to recommend approval of this application, given that MTO has not had an opportunity to comment on it, especially given that whether the actual location of the house falls into the purple or green area, that proximity is definitely a factor in considering whether something like this should be approved.
Okay, Mr. Zaid, I tend to agree with staff.
Please, Mr. Chairman, there's one thing here. The letter, or actually the map I sent to Shelby and the city, it should be with the attachment there, showing that the house itself, it's out of the focused area. And even that purple area will be reduced. We're talking about 850 meters. And the brown area there, that's where the highway will be, it's 170 to 180 meters. And the house itself, it's in the green. And if you go to the legend of the map down a little bit, and you go to scroll down and read the green, it says MTO has reduced the interest in the properties located in the green area. Application can proceed through municipal development process. MTO will continue to review all development application in study area, but it is anticipated the application in this green area will not be impacted by the GTA West Transport Corridor. So I've been waiting for something, it's not gonna happen. And I need to build my house. And I've been waiting for 3 years now. I'm just going in circles here.
If I may offer just some clarification as to, sorry, it's Elizabeth Corzola again, Mr. Chair, through you. I do want to just inform the committee that the house that was currently or was previously situated on the property does have the benefit of being a legal non-conforming use and could be rebuilt on the same footprint. I think that the applicant in this instance is asking for an increase to, or a slight increase to that previously legal non-compliant footprint for the existing building as well as the second story addition. But as far as using the property for residential purposes, that is an established legal non-conforming use. So I think that what the applicant is asking here is to allow for the construction of the new structure, which would be the construction of the increase in the footprint as well as the second story addition, which is what the interim control bylaw is impacting right now. The interim control bylaw would not apply to the reconstruction of the previous dwelling, since that would not be considered a new building property. So for the committee's consideration, I think that the applicant is asking here for an increase or an expansion, as the notice indicates, to a legal non-conforming use, and to allow for the construction of the newer elements on this property that would result from his desire to improve the previous size of the dwelling.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carzola.
Thanks, Mr. Carzola.
Mr. Zaid, as Mr. Carzola mentioned, I don't think so. They are stopping you to reconstruct what you already had. And I know what you're achieving or trying to achieve is finally you want to, I guess, put together a different structure than you are permitted as we speak. My just one question I'll ask to staff, as this has been mentioned a few times about GTA West corridor plan, and I can see those renderings of their proposal here. Do we have some sort of correspondence from them? Whether are they like a written letter from MTO regarding their refusal or their objection in regards to Mr. Zaid's application? If we don't have that, what is the procedure? Did we write or the city write it down to them? Do we have some sort of correspondence? If not, we can put deferral on this, and we can defer this to a future date once we have a written objection or support from MTO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff would be all right with a deferral until until MTO has had an opportunity to review the application. Typically, they are not circulated on our first round of circulations because they tend to take longer to respond than most agencies. But given that this is within their study area, staff wouldn't be able to offer support without confirmation that MTO is okay with it. And that sentiment is echoed by the region of Peel, which have also indicated they can't support this without MTO's support.
I hear you, Ms. Winfield, but as Mr. Zaid is under impression, or the way he putting forward, according to him, MTA should have no objection on his application. So just to seek that clarity, and I do agree with you on that note. And Mr. Zaid, I do have your correspondence you sent to us where it's saying it's reduced, and where you are basically showing your property located in the green area. But at this point, if you are thinking, if you are in the opinion of different opinion than the staff, I would simply suggest you to ask for a deferral request so we can have the communication with the MTO.
The MTO, sorry to interrupt, but the MTO put in their legend their opinion. And adding a second floor to the house, which is my request here, does not change anything there. Does not change if they can or they can't. As Mr. Carzola said, I should be able to rebuild again a non-conforming. So why I should be waiting? I've been waiting. I was supposed to be in March. Now we are in July. If I wait again, it's going to be August, September. That's another year. The winter comes, I cannot rebuild. And it's in the legend says they don't have no problems. Why I'd be
But,
waiting for the opinion that's already there?
I hear you, but until this is on a written piece of paper by them, that they don't have any objection, I'm not comfortable moving forward. But I do hear loud and clear from you that if you're allowed to build one story, then what the consequences could be if you are putting the second one, as long as the structure is going there. I know there are legal non-conforming use and internal control bylaw, but at the same time, maybe I would go back to Ms. Corzola and ask, in a practical word, if Mr. Zayed said that if he's allowed to build one story, what is the difference between one and two story if he's already allowed to put together a structure? But again, I don't want to make any decision till I have some written correspondence from MTO. Ms. Corzola, if you can please come back.
For you, Mr. Chair, Shelby Swinfield here, if I can just offer a little bit of comment on that. So typically when we're explaining the direct impact that a homeowner would feel from not adhering to the ICBL, the kind of scaled down way I would explain it is that if the property is currently worth $100 as it is today, and the ICBL was slapped down, that property is worth $100 according to the ICBL. The intent of that freeze, as I noted before, is to hold investment in that land in a static state so that should the province need to expropriate these lands, and I do understand that it's only partially within the purple area, but if the province should need to expropriate these lands, the landowner will only ever be paid the value of the land prior to the ICBL being imposed. So if investment is made in the property that now makes it worth $500, the property owner will only ever be paid $100 based on the fact that the ICBL was put in place for that. So that is where staff hesitate on the addition of the second story, because that is such a significant investment into the property and will surely increase the value of the property.
Mr. Zayed, it's the difference of $1 versus $500.
I mean, that could be proven not correct in real estate value, because you can have a bungalow, it would worth $1 million, and a two-story with the same square footage for $700,000 or $600,000. It doesn't matter. It depends how you build it. And the city here is looking at the government or whoever going to be expropriate this land, and they're not looking to me. I'm paying mortgage for a land. I cannot build my house now for 3.5 years, and it could be extended to 4. So there's an interest for here.
Mr. Zayed, at one of the comments you made about bungalow or two-story, I somewhat agree to you on that, but my other capacity, the other hat here is also in appraisals, and obviously when, and I've seen over 10 years in my profession that, oftentimes when we have large construct area, the square footage, obviously that cost more, and that, we can see the increase in the value. But I'm not saying that I do not agree with you, but we can only speak for the facts. I see you have this artwork you have been put forward in your application. But again, I know you're waiting for some good time, but at this point, based on these facts, and the committee members can put their 2 cents as well, or their comments into it if they feel they want to add something into it. But at this point, I can completely understand and share your frustration, but at the same time, I still tend to agree with the staff on this note. But unfortunately, I can see it's taking time for you. But the best is if just to have that clarity, if we have written directly addressed letter mentioning your address, that would be appropriate. So if you, at this point, even though I'm fully sympathize with you, but very loud and clear, I will be supporting staff's recommendation unless we have something from MTO in writing, and maybe it would take like another 4 months to 5 months, or we can just put this deferral to no later than or up to 4 months or so. So in the event if we receive the correspondence early, then we can schedule you for an earlier hearing.
I want to ask something. Isn't the possible process of having this minor variance, everybody have interest, or any department have interest in that, to put their opinion? And if they didn't put their opinion, this is not my fault. And if the staff want to get the opinion of the MTO, you could have asked the MTO or send them an email that would take a day or a week or so. Now I'm going to be waiting another 4 months. 4 months means one thing, it's 1 year, because the winter is going to be coming. I cannot do anything. So, and it's very clear that there is no issues there for where the house is. We just not concerned with my position. Sympathizing is not going to give me anything.
Mr. Zaid, you can assume that there's no issues, but there are issues to me, and I would not interfere over that. But I said, I'm fully sympathize, and I share your frustration that, in between these different departments, sometime or oftentimes it take longer, and I can fully, share your pain on this and your frustration. Don't get me wrong. I see these different departments and work with oftentimes and over my time over this board. But again, we can expedite things fast. We can try our best to write it down. But if you recall, Ms. Winfield made a comment that oftentimes in the first round, they don't comment on this. Ms. Winfield, you mentioned something like that. Did we reach out to MTO for this, or we did not do any special attempt to get some sort of direction or correspondence in regards to this?
Mr. Chair, perhaps the Secretary Treasurer can clarify exactly who was circulated, but it's my understanding that MTO wasn't included on the original circulation because they do typically take quite a few months to get back to us. So we usually don't have the luxury of getting those comments before the hearing happens.
Okay. Ms. Myers, did we include in the circulation?
Through the chair, MTO are always circulated on these minor variance applications. They usually respond, as shall be said, later rather than sooner. But I can confirm that we've not received any communication from them.
The original meeting of this minor variance for my minor variance was March 24th.
Mr. Zaid, I wish we could control that and we could hold your March 24th meeting, but the whole world is on pause.
Yeah, I know.
And we are accommodating.
Can I ask for one thing, Mr. Chairman here?
Sure.
If we can put pending on receiving a letter from the MTO, and I'll contact them to send to the staff that letter. Does that make sense?
No, that is entirely based on our decision, like based on that letter, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. I'll contact them is to respond to that minor variance opinion, so they can send the opinion to you or to the staff.
So that's why I'm suggesting you the deferral. So
yeah, but I don't want to wait for like 2 months or something. I want to proceed as quickly as possible.
So, Mr. Zaid, just so you understand again, I'm not saying you don't understand, but The way I'm suggesting is, I'm just suggesting an open-ended time. When I say no later than 4 months, that means, let's say we have some sort of correspondence in next 30 days, we can schedule the next available date. You don't have to wait for 4 months.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah, I do understand, but I know that to get the minor variance, it's not going to happen easily, you know, it's going to take some time.
So
another meeting.
I wish I can have these hearings every week. I don't mind, as I guess working from home, I can do it if my time allows, but we have some procedure that these meetings held every 3 weeks, and we have the procedure, the submission, and the filing deadlines. So based on that, I don't think so. I think you understand what I'm saying exactly, but your heart is attached to your application, and which I can clearly see, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I have to stick to the procedure, Mr. Zaid, especially when I'm suggesting, I think we are lenient on this. And if you're gonna force me to make any decision, I already indicated that where my decision is going to be. It's entirely up to you. Again, I share your frustration. I know it's the summertime. This time is the best for the construction as you wish to move ahead. So do I. We are on the same page on that note. But at the same time, what I can really suggest to you, and it's my honest opinion, and that's for everyone's best interest, that our municipality write it down to MTO and get a proper correspondence in regards to this property. And when I suggest 4 months or 5 months, if we are putting no later than on or before this day, that means if we get any correspondence in next 2 weeks, you're more than welcome to schedule, and the staff and Ms. Myers will schedule you the earliest available date.
Okay, but can we make it as minimum as possible, like 5 months for somebody to reply for a request that was submitted in February?
Okay, so let me just quickly address that as well. By putting 4 or 5 months, it's not that I'm giving them that much time. Let's say we give you 1 month and we don't hear back from them, or we just hear at the last day, you will come back here and we'll again have to reschedule another day, another date. So by giving extra time, actually it's good for you, because we are adding that on or before that day or within that time. So no, or in other words, no later than this specific day. So that's the intention. By giving them 4 months doesn't mean that they have to sit and relax till the last day and then they will issue the letter. Okay?
Okay. I guess I don't have any other options.
Sometimes one option is the good option, sir. But anyway, staff, if we can expedite this request as soon we can for this particular property, as obviously I do share Mr. Zai's concern that these summer months are the best months for anything they want to put together, whether that's a construction or any other plan. And if you feel that 4 months is too much, oftentimes we get correspondence earlier than 4 months. I don't mind putting 2 months, 3 months, but of course I would like to add no later than. So that means as we do on other applications, sooner we get, I would like to see Mr. Zai's application back in the agenda.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff would support a deferral no later than 4 months or 5 months, whichever you feel is more appropriate, to allow for MTO to provide some comments. And in that time, we can definitely be sure to follow up with them to make sure that we do, in fact, get those comments before we're before you again.
And once we write it down to MTO, can we send the same letter to Mr. Zaid as well, so he has the record that when we applied.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can definitely do that.
Okay, that's good. Ms. Myers, if you can give me or give us some dates, roughly 4 months from now.
Through the chair, the earliest of the 4 months would be November 10th. There is a meeting later October 20th.
So we're already in July.
So the closest for the 4 months would take you to November 10th.
We are adding no later than anyway, so if the letter is available in August, we don't have to wait till November the 10th. And Mr. Zaid, November the 10th doesn't mean November the 10th. It's just, as I said earlier, it's just so we don't have to delay you more in the future. But I think by us having the confirmation from the staff that as soon they will write it down to MTO and you will get the copy of the same letter. I think that's good at your end, and you can follow up in the same way.
Okay.
Okay, committee members, I think we have enough discussions given the circumstances. I'll look in, unless any member wishes to speak or say something different or add something into it, I would like to seek a mover and a seconder for
Through
this.
you, Mr. Chair.
No later than November 10th.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Motion to defer no later than November 10th.
By Mr. Power, seconded by, do we have a seconder? Stoffler, seconding this motion, and all in favor?
Yep.
I can see yes. Anyone opposed? None. It's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Zaid. Again, I wish I could do faster for you, but please be in touch with staff and get some sort of correspondence from MTU.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Our next application is A 2020-0029, Bartholomew and Connie D. Giovanni, located at 27 Leeward Drive.
Please proceed, Mr. Giovanni.
Hello, my name is Jeff Di Giovanni. I'm representing my parents today. They're the owners of 27 Leeward Drive. I want to thank everyone for meeting with me under these interesting times with the COVID. It's really cool that we're able to meet together over the internet and do it this way to keep the ball rolling on many things. Also, a special thanks to Jeannie Meyer. She's been a big help. This is the first time I've ever done the variance request. Very interesting learning experience. Wouldn't want to do it again, but still very interesting learning experience. So my parents are living at 27 Leeward Drive. They've requested a variance. There's 5 listed there in the agenda. If anyone wants me to read them off, I'm more than welcome to. In the meantime, I'm just looking through, we looked through the recommendations. My parents acknowledged those recommendations. They're in agreement with recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 7. Just a few notes on 4, 5, and 6. For recommendation number 4 about the structure covering the below grade entrance. Yep, that's no problem. They're going to be removing that, and we already have drawings in place ready to go, an inspector ready to bring it before the city of Brampton. So that'll be done within the 180 days. For number 5, this was new to us, so we didn't know this, about the structure that's connecting 27 Leeward Drive and 29 Leeward Drive. It was brought to my attention by the inspector on site, Marco Taraborelli. So we had a pleasant conversation, a good laugh about it, because he says with that structure there, technically the homes are now semi-detached. So after we had a good laugh, I talked to the owner of 29 Leeward Drive. There's no problem in removing that structure if it's so desired. And then my dad and the owner of 29 Leeward Drive can approach the city to see a better way of putting that structure back so it's compliant. For number 6, everything's good with the 180 days to get the below grade entrance plans and permit. I already have all that paperwork ready to go. We're just waiting on today's decision. For the shed, I did double check with Marco Talaborelli, who was the inspector on site. He did confirm there already is a permit that was issued for my dad for that shed back in April 30, 1993. The permit number is 72619. Again, that's 72619. And he did confirm that it is digitized. So it should be on the City of Brampton's list of permits. So I don't think that's required if that could be amended. Other than that, I leave it in your capable hands. Thank you.
Thank you. We have your application in front of us. That's fine. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none, hearing none.
Nothing here.
Okay, and next is if anybody else, if we receive any correspondence from any concerned neighbor or anybody, I don't see that either. We go to staff. Back to Ms. Winfield if we can give the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff have reviewed the application and find that application A 2020-0029 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown in the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that drainage on adjacent properties shall not be adversely affected. Number 3, that the below-grade entrance shall not be used to access an unregistered second unit. Number 4, that the structure covering the below-grade entrance, identified as enclosure to be removed on the sketch attached to the public notice, shall be removed within 180 days of the committee's decision, and removal shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of Director of Development Services. Number 5, that the roof structure which connects the dwelling at 29 Leeward Drive and the dwelling at 27 Leeward Drive be removed within 180 days of the final date of committee's decision, and said removal be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services, or that the structure be altered to comply with the zoning bylaw on Ontario Building Code to the satisfaction of the Chief Building Official, and that a building permit be obtained for the alterations if required. Number 6, that a building permit be obtained for the shed, accessory structure, and below-grade entrance within 180 days of the final date of committee's decision. And number 7, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay, sir, you understand and accept?
Oh, are you speaking with me? Sorry.
Yep. Yep.
Everything except for number 6, if it could be amended to show that the permit has already been applied to the shed back in April 30, 1993.
Okay, so that means if you already, so what my understanding is, if there's already a permit, it's just the general condition, it may not require. Staff can obviously check the record if it's already there. Am I correct, Ms. Winfield? I believe Ms. Corzola can answer that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
So this is the general wording. If it's already there, then it's not necessary for you if it's already showing in city's record.
And I can confirm, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I've had some technical issues. I'm now back in. I apologize for my absence. It has been confirmed by the building division that a permit was issued in 1993 for that existing shed. So the fulfillment of that condition would already have been undertaken. Whether it's amended or left in, it is already compliant.
I would say just leave it as is, and if it's already there and this has been confirmed, so all parties are good here.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. A mover and a seconder for staff recommendation.
Motion to proceed.
By Mr. Pope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? None. Carried unanimously. This is approved.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Myers, before you call the next application, I would like to, some of the committee members, including myself, desire a 10 minutes break. If we can have that, and then we can call the next application. It's almost 2.5 hours we didn't realize, and I'd like to work on next applications a little bit fast. Is that okay? Mr. Clerk, you there?
Through the chair, yes, it is now 11:25, so the committee will recess for 10 minutes and be back at 11:25?
11:35. 11:36. We'll be back. Okay. Okay, committee members, 10 minutes break.
So the 10-minute break is passed, so the committee can now reconvene its hearing.
All members back at the seats, virtual seats.
They are present
Yes,
in their
sir.
virtual seats.
Okay, Ms. Myers, if you can call the next applicant, and members of the public and the staff, thank you for this 10 minutes break.
Calling application A 2020-0030, Surinder Harpreet and Hasmit Singh Kohli. The property is located at 8892 Credit View Road.
John Haguer, you have been brought into the meeting, so you can proceed as the agent for this application. Just unmute your microphone, please.
Mr. Oldham, you there?
Jahangir, please go ahead. Alam?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, morning. My name is Jahangir. I'm just retained by the property owner of 8892 Credit View Road in Brampton, Mr. Surinder Kohli, Mr. Harpreet Kohli, and Mrs. Hasmeet Singh Kohli for his custom made houses at that property. But we have a manner of variance applications for this property for the side entrance. Sorry, for the side back actually, for the side yard setbacks. It is by law it's 7.5 meter, but we are asking for a 3 meter at almost 9.84 feet for the both sides entrance. Both sides actually.
Okay. Would you like to add anything else we have in front of us? All good? Mr. Oldham, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, okay. Okay, before I ask committee members if they have any question, comment, or concern, I would just quickly like to add this correspondence we received from 8900 Credit View Road, the next door neighbor. I believe they are sharing their concern with this property as they they have some landscaping concerns, and they tend to agree with accept the variance, but they have put together a list of another conditions they would like to put forward, and mainly with the fence and related to the landscape and exterior lighting of the new house shall consider using night light friendly LED globes and green globes. That the new two-story detached dwelling will be a single family home. So I guess all these suggestions are the request by the next door neighbor. Our staff can review during the process. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point to the agent? If not, staff, if no other member of the public wishes to speak or address any concern, I would like to ask staff to read their staff report, please.
Okay, Mr. Chair, staff will review the application and find that application A 2020-0030 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number two, that the applicant shall contact the city's forestry department if any mature existing trees on the property are impacted by the reduced side yard setbacks prior to any removals. Number three, that the trees along the front property line are to be maintained and preserved. Number four, that the width of the existing driveway be maintained and not widened. And number five, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Mr. Alam, do you understand and accept these conditions?
Yes, sir, I do.
Perfect. Okay, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion put forward by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
So, sir, the adjacent property owner, whoever, has some concerns, can we have those papers or something like that so that we can,
Maybe you can obtain a copy from Ms. Myers.
Okay.
Through the chair, I can confirm that I can email a copy to the agent who's requesting a copy.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Alam, this is not really, they're just offering some suggestions, and I think being next to a neighbor, this is a wonderful gesture that they want to be part of this, the development of this home in a positive way.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate and thanks for all the staff member, the chair, and the agents, whoever just listening and attending this meeting. I'm really grateful to you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next application is A 2020-0032 for Ramaditya Maiti and Melinda Roy. The property is located at 9 Valonia Drive.
Manjeet, you are now in the meeting. Please unmute your microphone and please proceed.
Malini?
Yes, your microphone's live now.
So can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Please ensure that your speakers are turned down so there's no feedback.
Okay, so are we good now? Hello?
Yes, we are good. If you can just reduce your background noise a bit, we are all good to go.
Okay, so I'm requesting on behalf of my client, Vikramaditya Maiti and Malini Maiti, and the request is for exterior stairway leading to the proposed below grade entrance in the side yard, and the side yard setback request for with the new entrance, it's only going to be 0.9 meters, whereas the required setback is 1.2 meters.
Okay. Can you please please stop if someone is making some noise at the background?
Yeah, I will do that. Hold
Moving
on.
some papers, or you can remove to a quieter location.
So, Mr. Chair, I've just muted the microphone momentarily to allow the person to
Sure.
get rid of their background noise, and then I'll activate them again.
Is everything okay now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just please ensure that your background noise is mitigated.
Okay. So my client's request is for a exterior stairway in the side yard. And the other is that it doesn't meet the side yard setback requirement. The available space is only 0.9 meters, whereas the required space should be 1.2 meters.
Okay, no problem. And I can see your recent letter sent out that you're willing to relocate the AC.
If that is required.
Okay. So no problem. If there's any other question, comment, concern at this point, committee members, or would like to hear staff report first. So staff, if you can weigh in your comments, if we don't have anyone from the audience or any concerned neighbor, and I'd like to hear the staff report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed this application and find that A 2020-0032 is not supportable. Typically, when staff are evaluating a variance for a below-grade entrance in the interior side yard, we look to the opposite interior side yard to see if there's sufficient access to the rear yard, which is determined to be 1.2 meters. Unfortunately, in this case, the side yard setback is a maximum of 1.12 meters, and that entire distance is currently obstructed by the air conditioner. So staff are of the opinion that sufficient access would not be provided to the rear yard if this below-grade entrance is located where it is proposed to be.
Okay, even if, Ms. Winfield, even if they are willing to relocate the air-conditioned unit to another side, what's the staff's opinion in that case? I guess they don't meet the criteria?
So through you, Mr. Chair, on the opposite side of the dwelling between the house and the lot, you'll see on their sketch that the property lines kind of converge towards the rear. So the setback at the front of the property is only 1.12 meters, whereas at the back of the property, it's only 1.1 meters. And staff typically look for a complete 1.2 meter path of travel to allow for things like emergency services or something even like rolling your lawnmower from the backyard to the front yard. I would note that this below-grade entrance has not yet been constructed, and below-grade entrances are permitted in the rear yard.
And then they don't need the variance for that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Back to the agent, Ms. Multani. Since your clients, the entrance is not constructed yet, I think, in my opinion, it will be more appropriate, as city staff has already indicated, that if there is an entrance from the backyard.
Mr. Chairman, like my client's concern is that they want to enjoy the backyard for themselves only. They don't want any interference in the backyard because they had a lot of space on the side yard. They wanted to continue the use for side entrance on that side.
I understand your concern, and I see that it's good to enjoy the backyard, but given the nature that if there's no enough space at the side, where it can work it out. So that was the thing. That's one of the concerns. I would just like to ask staff. Oftentimes, as we have discussed in the past, if there's a semi-detached dwelling and they have only one side, even in still, there is limited access to go to the backyard. Versus in this house, even though I know that has been compromised, it's not up to our existing bylaw. What's staff's position? Is there some scope of modification as it's a detached dwelling and still they have the access from both sides? Because one side I see is 1.69 meter, and even on that note, if I can quickly ask and hear Ms. Corazola's opinion, if Ms. Corozola, where the applicant is proposing this below-grade entrance, if committee is approving that, what would be the staff's position in terms of path of travel?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the entrance that's proposed in the side yard that has a minimum width of 1.69, there is a clear 1.2 meter path of travel to that stair. So the path of travel requirement, if this entrance was proposed to be used as the primary entrance for a second unit, that would meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw for that use. If the air conditioner, however, is relocated from one side into the other side yard, then that air conditioner would act as a barrier and obstruct the required 1.2 meter path of travel. So if the air conditioner is relocated at all to ensure that at least one side yard is not impeded, that's the side yard on the opposite side of the below grade entrance. If the air conditioner is relocated, I would recommend that the relocation be to the rear yard, such that it then doesn't also obstruct the path of travel to the below grade entrance. I don't know or can't confirm at this time whether the applicant's intention is to use that entrance as the principal entrance for a second unit. We don't have an application at this time, and possibly that's because of this variance and the compliance issues associated with it. But I can confirm that if they did get approval for this below grade entrance and it was not obstructed by the air conditioning unit, that the bylaw requirements would allow it to be used as the principal entrance to a second unit.
Thank you.
If you can keep your mic with mute, Ms. Multani, and when I ask you, you can unmute because the background noise disturbed. I'm sorry, but I just want to hear all parties here. What my question is based on this drawing, the one we have, this proposed staircase is at the back of the house, and I can see the wall is a bit recessed, and it goes a bit inside, I would say, by a couple of feet, if not more. And even after we construct this, let's say this staircase is going as proposed, there is roughly 0.6 meter. 0.6 or no? I lost it. Yeah, it's here. 0.9 meter gap is still between the lot line and where the proposed where the proposed staircase is. So I guess on that note, oftentimes if people come to us once they construct, and then we just give them the benefits of the doubt that let's not just demolish this staircase. In this case, they still have a 1.12 meter on the other side. And if they can relocate the AC at the back of the house, I guess I would tend to agree to approve this below-grade entrance as proposed. Ms. Multani?
Thank you. Yeah, that can be done.
Ms. Corzola, can we achieve something by doing that if we have to put forward?
We can certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, if you're looking to, and I would also defer to planning staff if perhaps they have some other conditions, but with respect to the relocation of the air conditioning unit, if committee was looking for a condition to associate with an approval, I would simply request that the condition be worded such that the air conditioning unit in the side yard opposite the proposed below-grade entrance shall be relocated to the rear yard so that it does not impede the opposite side yard.
Exactly, and of course I would like to see some additional conditions as well put forward by staff. And just to get back to the applicant or the agent, the way it looks to me and as a committee, your intention or your client's intentions are to put together the second dwelling unit in the basement apartment. Am I correct?
Yes, you are. We are proposing to have a second dwelling. The permit would be applied for it, and we'll be conforming to all the conditions.
Okay. So I guess back to Ms. Swinfield. I understand staff's point of view. At the same time, if we do slightly modifications and as they agree to relocate the air condition at the back, I guess both the sides there is enough space, and the main reason is I can see this wall along where this below-grade entrance is proposed is recessed at the end or almost at the middle of the home. So to me, it's satisfactory on that note that it is not entirely touching the lot line. There is quite a bit of gap, and I just don't want to, believe in punishing someone if they are following the procedure, even though they do not meet the current proposed bylaw. So that's my thing, and committee members, you're more than welcome to add your opinion. But I would suggest, Ms. Winfield, if you can put together, by working with Ms. Corzola, if you want to set together some conditions so we can move ahead with this application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Corzola and I are just working on some conditions now.
I figured that.
I have responded, Shelby, and I concur with your proposed condition.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, there would be 4 conditions that staff would be looking to oppose on an approval. And the final wording, Ms. Corzola will, I will ask for her help on those final wording, but to kind of explain the conditions. Number 1, that the air conditioning unit in the opposing side yard from the below grade entrance shall be relocated to the rear yard of the property. Number 2, that a building permit be obtained for the below grade entrance prior to construction. Number 3, that the below grade entrance not be used to access an unregistered second unit. And number 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of committee shall render the approval null and void.
Thank you. We would follow.
Okay, committee members, any question, comment, concern? If not, then if everybody on the same page, looking forward for a motion to proceed with these amended staff recommendations.
Motion to proceed with the staff recommendations.
By Mr. Cope, seconded by Mr. Power. Mr. Power, are you in agreement?
Yes, sir, in agreement with staff recommendations.
Okay, and as Ms. Multani already indicated that she's more than happy, I believe, and she's in agreement. So if no.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Elizabeth. I just want to confirm that the staff recommendation in this instance was actually to refuse the variance. So I'm assuming based on discussions.
I meant to say the amended conditions, the 4 conditions.
Okay, it's not to support staff recommendation, rather, but to approve the application subject to
approve the application with 4 conditions.
Perfect. Thank you. Just for clarification. Thanks.
Thank you. And the motion put forward by Mr. Cope, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? It's carried unanimously and it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next application is A 2020-0035, Manook Developments, Inc. The property is located at A 2020-034, and that is a numbered company, 939805 Ontario, Inc. And that property is located at 20 Strathern Avenue.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. You have Mark Candello from Glenshire Associates. I'm a planner representing the owner of units 13 and 14 at 20 Strathern Avenue. Just confirm you can all hear me.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. For the committee today is a minor variance application to permit a motor vehicle sales in conjunction with an existing motor vehicle repair shop. This use would be exclusive to unit 13 and 14 and would be limited to a maximum of 3 vehicles. These vehicles will be contained completely inside the unit, so there will be no outdoor storage of these vehicles. You'll hear from staff shortly, but I can confirm that we have reviewed the city's staff report and are in support of the recommendation for approval, as well as their recommendations for conditions of approval as itemized on the first page of the staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have on the application.
Thank you. Committee member, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Anybody else wishes to speak on this application? Any concerned neighbor or anybody who registered with the city? Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed application A 2020-0034 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, that the applicant shall ensure a minimum of 15 parking spaces on site are maintained clear of stored vehicles and or other outdoor storage. Number 2, that the motor vehicle sales use shall be limited to units 13 and 14 and shall only be permitted in association with a motor vehicle repair establishment operating from the same unit. Number 3, that the motor vehicle sales use be limited to a maximum of 3 vehicles stored within the 2 units. And number 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay, back to the agent. Are you, as you already mentioned, that you are in agreement and you support these conditions?
That's correct.
Okay, committee members, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed.
Motion to proceed.
Staff recommendation by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor? Anyone opposed? This is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is A 2020-0035, Manook Developments, Inc., and that property is located at 2700 North Park Drive.
Please proceed, Mr. Douglas. Gary Douglas, you're in the session now. Please proceed. Your mic is on. Are you there, Gary?
Hello?
Hi, Gary?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary Douglas, and I'm representing the aforementioned application. Our company plans to open a restaurant with dining facilities capabilities at the aforementioned address. Upon consultation with the city's zoning department, it was noted that the lot on which the lease units are located were only approved for 2 dining restaurants, and those 2 spots have already been taken. As such, we are requesting a minor variance to allow for another dining restaurant at that location. It is our observation that within the aforementioned zoning lot, there are approximately 750 parking spaces, 400 on the newly completed section where the lease units are located, and approximately 350 on the initial section where the supermarket is located. I believe that's a no frills. Overall, in relation to the impact of the requested variance, it is our belief that the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the city of Brampton official plan will be maintained, seeing, of course, that restaurants are already permitted. And it is also our belief that the variance is minor in nature.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any question, comment, concern? Seeing none. Anyone wishes to speak, any neighbor, any correspondence? If not, then staff, if you can please proceed with your staff report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the application A2020-0035 and find that the application is supportable. We do not have any conditions at this time.
Okay, sir. Well, there's no condition, so of course there's nothing to be asked. So I guess we just need a motion to approve.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a motion to approve the application as it is before us with conditions from the city staff.
Yeah, there's, I believe there are no conditions, but I take your motion to approve. Do we have a seconder, Mr. Cope? Motion put forward by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? No. This is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is A2020-0036, Parkside Building Group, Inc., and the property is located on Fletcher's Creek Boulevard.
Hello?
Please proceed, Mr. Levac.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's Jim Levac of Blanchard Associates on behalf of Parkside Building Group, who are the owners of Homestead Shopping Center at 165 to 235 Fletcher's Creek Boulevard. This property was zoned back in 2010 under the C2 1464 zone category. The main shopping center was constructed in 2011, and the last pad structure is currently under construction at the moment. There is an area at the far east end of the site that will be a future retirement home, which we're getting site plan applications ready for now. The subject lands are basically the only remaining commercial portion of the plaza that are left to develop. Originally, there was supposed to be a Shoppers Drug Mart going there, and they lost that deal several years ago. So those lands have remained vacant while they've waited for a future tenant to come along. What we've seen is sort of in the industry over the last few years, especially with companies like Kids & Co. coming up from the States, is a number of chains of these commercial daycare operations are starting to locate in shopping malls or shopping centers. Our particular client was approached by Lullaboo Nursery and Childcare Centers, who have 9 locations in Ontario, to construct a daycare within the vacant portion of these lands. We're aware of the site plan condition, and we did have a preliminary PAC meeting for a site plan application with staff remotely back on April the 14th of this year, while our application for variance was deferred and pending. We believe the application is minor in nature, as is an additional use. The use is appropriate, meets the general intent of the OP and the zoning bylaw. We've also had a chance to review the staff report and the proposed conditions, and we're happy with those conditions. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sure, Mr. Lewick. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Saying none. Any correspondence from any concerned neighbor or member of the public? Saying none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed application A 2020-0036 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that the extent of the variances be generally limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number two, that a site plan application shall be submitted within 180 days of the committee's decision or within an extended period of time as approved by the Director of Development Services. Number three, that the use not be established until such a time as the site plan has been approved and all related on-site improvements are implemented to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. And finally, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Do you understand and accept the conditions, as you said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, if no further question, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion put forward with the staff recommendation by Ms. Doffler, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? And this is approved unanimously. No one opposing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next application is A 0037, Rajesh Batra and others at 105 Napperton Drive.
Go ahead, Mr. Al-Faraj.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Marwan Al-Faraji, and I'm representing the owners of 105 Napperton Drive. What we are proposing in there is a below-grade entrance to allow for a legal apartment in the basement. So that entrance will be used for entry into that basement apartment. And this walkout is located facing the street, which is the city bylaws don't allow that. And from the previous emails with the city members, they recommended that to keep that fence in there. And we have the owner and myself have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly, before we come to your application, I would like to acknowledge with the previous application that letter from CBC. Sorry, it's my bad, but stating no objection. I did realize that before, but I forgot to mention it. So now we're back to this application on Napperton. Any members, any question, comment, concern as we speak? Saying none. Any correspondence by neighbor or any concerned member of the audience? Seeing none. Could you please make your comments?
Good afternoon, and through you, Mr. Chair, this is Nawal Baku, the Assistant Development Planner. Staff have reviewed the application, A 2020-0037, and is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. One, that a building permit be obtained for the below-grade entrance within 60 days of the date of the committee's final decision. Two, that the fence identified as currently existing fence on the sketch attached to the public notice be maintained to the effect that no parts of the entrance are visible from the public realm. Three, that the below-grade entrance shall not be used to access an unregistered second unit. And four, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render their approval null and void.
Okay, thank you. Back to the agent. You understand and accept these recommendations?
Yes, I do.
Okay, committee members, if no further discussion, we can proceed to support staff recommendation. Motion put forward by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Doffler. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed? Seeing none. So it's approved unanimously.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Our next application is A 2020-0038, Gershawen and Parminder Tour. This property is located at 8188 Gorwood Drive.
Terrence Glover, you are now in the session, and we do have your video. Did you wish to make a remark before, or we just play the video? You can unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll mute my audio here, just so one point of clarification that I'm concerned with is when we applied for the minor variance, we asked for outdoor storage, and primarily it was for the storage of truck trailers, and that my client operates a truck trained school. So on point number 5, or condition number 5, it says that the outdoor storage shall be permitted but limited to truck trailers, trailer chassis, and construction material, and that's fine. It says it shall not include oversized motor vehicles, and I want to be clear that our intent from the beginning was to allow for the parking of truck trailers as well as the motors, the tractor, I guess, with the tractor trailer. We want to make sure the interpretation is correct so there's no confusion down the road. Again, we want to park the trailer, the chassis, a trailer or chassis, and the motorized vehicle, the tractor, I guess, to the tractor trailer there, all associated with the business, no outside or third-party storage here. That is the intent. We are not going to be parking school buses or dump trucks or anything like that. It's for the driving school. I'll unmic now so I can hear you.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Glover has submitted a video delegation, so I presume you still wish to have that video delegation played, Mr. Glover?
Sure. If we could play that now, I just wanted to put the context in there for condition number 5 when they're considering the video.
Okay, just bear with me. I'm just going to we're going to bring up the video.
My name is Terrence Glover, Principal of Urban and Mine Planning Consultants. We have been retained to apply for a minor variance application, file number A220-0038 for 8188 Gorwood Drive, to permit temporary outdoor storage for a period of up to 3 years. As you can see on the drawing here, the green area here, as hatched, is the proposed outdoor storage area. We currently have a driveway from Gorwood Drive to the storage area, and there is intermodal driveways at the back here. There is no proposed entrance onto intermodal drive at this time. Sorry, my apologies. There are mature trees on the site, and we are not intending to harm or displace those trees at this time. When redevelopment comes for the entire site, which I'll talk about in a second, at that time we'll look at a tree preservation plan and tree saving plan and see what we're going to do with that. At this time, there's no impact to those trees at all. We have submitted a planning justification report to support this application. In that report, obviously, it's supportive of the temporary use for 3 years, as we know that the official plan wants to see this area as industrial, and that is our end goal. We currently have a pre-consultation on all the properties, excluding one, I believe, but we're working on that, and we intend to have, within 3 years, have the entire property through the planning process to get industrial type uses here. The subject property here is marked in the red, and the overall properties that we're talking about, an overall redevelopment of the Gorwood properties for industrial purposes, is the yellow. An intermodal drive will ultimately come through the properties, plural, and attach to Gorwood Drive. Again, some configuration at some later date. We're not sure when or how that will occur. That will be part of this overall development when that does occur, hopefully within 3 years. This is a street view of the subject property, 8188 Gorwood Drive, and this is the driveway. Obviously, there's some improvements, not landscaping per se, but site improvements so that it doesn't look as neglected. And the mature trees obviously are going to remain. The driveway will be improved and the weeds in that will be cut to make it more appropriate. As you can see through this drawing, this is the Conservation Authority regulated area. The yellow area that's outlined here is not included in our area, so therefore there are no conservation concerns or regulated areas. The subject property down here is noted as being industrial, so we anticipate that the area will become industrial, the entire Gorwood area, and some prestige industrial type uses will be proposed there, and we're currently again going through that pre-consultation period to get that redevelopment. Again, the area here is marked out through the Parkway Belt West Industrial Area Secondary Plan, and that is area number 7, special policy area, and again that is noted to be redeveloped as some form of prestige industrial. These are the properties, the purple here. They're currently zoned RE2 zone, and we're going through the process right now through the pre-consultation to anticipate rezoning the entire property for something more appropriate, a prestige industrial use. At this time, because we don't have that permission, we're seeking a temporary use for up to a period up to 3 years, which lends itself to the industrial use outdoor storage. And that's a good transition into the ultimate industrial area. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. This is kind of unorthodox since we're in the COVID period, I guess. Again, thank you. We trust that the committee will appreciate staff's recommendation of support, our request for support, and the logical transition from the rural residential use that it is today to a temporary industrial type use to the ultimate industrial type use through the zoning and subdivision that we're currently trying to work through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess we're back to our meeting. Thank you for your presentation. So, committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Staff, would you please have your staff report and concerns by the applicant. At the same time, I would like to ask if there's any correspondence by any concerned neighbor or anybody in the audience. If not, then we'll like to move to the staff recommendation report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed application A2020-0038 and find it to be supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that variance 1 be approved for a temporary period of up to 3 years. Number 3, that the unapproved access from Intermodal Drive be closed and reinstated as per city standards to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services, and said closure be demonstrated within 60 days of the final date of the committee's decision. Number 4, that the parking of vehicles for a use operating from a different property shall not be permitted. And we will be proposing, in light of the applicant's comments, we will be proposing a small change to condition 5. So it will read that the outdoor storage permitted shall be limited to truck trailers, trailer chassis, and construction material, and shall not include dumpsters or construction waste, or any waste deemed to be hazardous. So deleting that restriction on oversized motor vehicles. And number 6, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
So I guess to the agent, I guess that's satisfied your concern?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before the agent speaks, if I may just comment on the proposed revision. So in addition to the deletion of the term oversized motor vehicles in condition 5, I would also recommend that the outdoor storage permitted shall be limited to trucks and truck trailers. be added at the first sentence as well. In addition, I'm also now somewhat concerned that condition 4 is going to be difficult to comply with, since I did understand from the agent's initial comments and presentation that this was for parking of vehicles that are associated with a driving school that is clearly not operating from this site. So I am concerned that the imposition of that condition might also be problematic.
Back to the agent. What's your comment in regards to this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
That is fine. My understanding is the driving school does operate from the site as well, but there is another location. So to clarify that, we can limit it to operations of the landowner. That would be fine. And in terms of condition number 5, the proposed change, we would like to ensure that truck trailers, trailer chassis are included in construction material, because truck trailers and trailer chassis are two separate things. And just for interpretation down the road, we want to make sure it's clear. And I do appreciate and support the removal of oversized motor vehicles, just to clear that up. But again, condition number 4, our intent is not to have the neighboring industrial area park their vehicles here. It's not going to be a third-party parking lot. Maybe we can change it that we won't charge money to park here. I mean, the intent is the owner wishes to park his own vehicles here. Thank you.
Ms. Corzola, thank you to the agent. Ms. Corzola, back to your point, would you like to add something in regards to the school, some sort of condition, any wording would you prefer, or how would you like to do it?
Sure, I would recommend in that regard then that condition 4 be amended to state that the parking of vehicles shall only be, sorry, let me just think. I'm going to actually turn to condition 5 first, if I may, just ponder.
Sure, take your time, no worries.
So condition 5, there was no recommendation to alter the permitted vehicles and vehicle trailers and chassis. All the suggestion was that the outdoor storage shall be permitted and shall be limited to trucks and truck trailers, trailer chassis, and construction material, and shall not include dumpsters or construction waste or any waste deemed to be hazardous. So that would be the full extent of condition 5, just the addition and then deletion of oversized motor vehicles. Condition 4, I would suggest that I would perhaps say that parking of vehicles shall be limited to a use operated by the property owner, and shall not include parking or storage of vehicles from other businesses.
Is that something, I can see from your reaction, that they satisfy you, Mr. Glover?
Yes, that should be acceptable, and I appreciate staff's working with us to clarify this. Thank you.
Okay, committee members, if no further discussion by anyone, then looking forward a motion to proceed with the amended staff recommendations.
Mr. Chair.
Motion to proceed by Ms. Marcus, supporting staff amended recommendation, seconded by Mr. Cope.
Yes.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Saying none. So this is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Our next application is A 2020-0039, Quad Spring Inc., and it's located at 756-766 Wanless Drive.
Halim Mikkel, you are now in the session. You can turn your mic on and please proceed.
Good afternoon. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee, city staff. Thank you very much for hearing the application. This application stems from a rezoning that was approved and passed and into effect in 2019, that has now gone through site plan application and is nearing the end of site plan application. Through the processes, we've noticed a couple of nuances in the wording of the original zoning bylaw has risen the need for these minor variances. The important thing to note is that the size of the structure that is being proposed, the associated play areas, the setbacks that were included in the original zoning that was passed in the affiliated drawings that were associated with that in 2019 remain to be very, very similar to that as we near the end of the site plan application process now. We need these variance items in order to finalize the site plan in the very near future.
Thank you. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Any concerned neighbor or anyone from the audience wishes to speak or registered with the municipality, with the staff, I meant? Seeing none.
Through the chair, we did receive.
Sorry.
We did receive earlier this morning an email communication from a resident on Wanless Drive in support of the application. His name is Sukha Singh Samal.
And through you, Mr. Chair, that person is on the call and their microphone has been unmuted, so they can speak. You can, please go ahead.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
I'm Sucha Singh Somal, 728 Wanless Drive. 0039 application for the daycare amendment, those things. I support the application. I'm the neighbor, 728 Wanless Drive.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a next person as well, or is only one, Mr. Clerk?
That's all. My wife is okay. My whole, everybody support the application.
Okay. Okay, thank you for coming to the committee. So
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. Committee members, if no further question or concern, I would just like to hear staff report after acknowledging all the correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, staff have reviewed application A 2020-0039 and is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. One, that the owner finalize site plan approval under City File SPA 2019-0060, execute a site plan agreement, and post any required financial securities and insurance to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. And two, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay, if no further question or comment, committee members. Oh, yeah, I'm not mute. So, so I believe back to the agent, you understand and accept these conditions by the staff?
Yep, that is okay with us.
Okay, so looking for a motion to proceed with staff's recommendation. Motion put forward by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Ms. Stoffler. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Saying none. This is carried unanimously. Thank you. This is approved.
Our next application is A19-200, 371-3442 Ontario, Inc. The property is located on Ace Drive. And just a reminder through the chair that Member Culp has declared a conflict of interest on this application.
Yes, Ms. Myers, I do acknowledge that. So Mr. Culp, if I guess you need to step aside.
Yeah, I'll step out of this one, Ron. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fay, do we have the presenter? We have the applicant?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. It's Jim Levac again of Glenschnar and Associates. I wanted to just start off on a very small administrative matter related to this application, which I raised back in December when the application was originally deferred. The application in the notice still lists Sandringham Place Inc. as the registered owner of the property. Our client, which is a joint venture company set up by Policaro Group and Brampton Mercedes, purchased these lands from Sandringham Place back in October of last year, and that deal has since closed. So our ask would be that any decision be made under the new ownership group, which is a numbered company 2713442 Ontario Inc. And I did provide, oh, it's actually on there. Sorry about that. So you already have it. I didn't see it on the actual agenda, but it was still listed as the old owner on the notice. So I appreciate that. I don't want to repeat too much background history on this, but I think we need to look at some of the context in terms of what's transpired since this application was deferred back in December after quite a long discussion. I would start off by saying that the application that we applied for is essentially the same application that we applied for the block next door in March 2007 under file A17037, which had the same zoning, the M1 2256 zoning, and was approved. And that application came a couple of years after several applications that were filed for the lands, I guess, east of Ace Drive, closer to Dockstetter Road, that were approved for auto dealerships. And then last year, there was another application on lands on the north side of Inspire Boulevard that had no zoning provisions to allow any type of automotive use that council approved on the north side of Inspire Drive. So what has happened is that we wanted to find out why staff took a sort of drew a line in the sand on when we came originally in December, sort of what their concerns were with this application, based considering an identical application had been supported next door. And this has much to do with the fact that some of the applicants who got these approvals on the east side of Ace Drive have basically sat on those approvals and used them for no other purpose than to park inventory vehicles on those sites. And it's become quite unsightly over the last few years. We do work for the two original tenants in this auto mall, which are Mercedes and BMW. And they're heavily invested into this park, which is why they purchased Block 3 last year. So what we did was we sat down with staff to look at the application and see what their concerns were, and looked at ways we could amend the application to make sure that they had certainty that there would be a good employment density coming into the area. And there were a couple of things we did since we deferred it in December. The first thing we did was because you got to keep in mind this is a larger block that will be split up into smaller blocks. So when we first met with staff back in January, February, we talked about doing a master plan for the park, which is what's up on the screen now. One of the first ideas that we wanted to do, which is towards the very back, area C, is something. It's basically a collision / technology center that would serve both BMW and Mercedes-Benz, and any future dealerships that they would be relocating to the area. And this is common in the industry, and it reduces the need to send vehicles elsewhere. This particular building will also house vehicles that are needing repairs with some of the new electric cars that are being developed by Mercedes and BMW. So it's sort of a joint collision center / technology center dealing with electric vehicles as well. The other idea that was proposed by the Policaro Group was currently they have their head office employees spread throughout the GTA. They've got a number of their head office employees in Northwest Toyota and Northwest Lexus. They have employees in the Oakville Porsche Center in Oakville. There's a new BMW that they're developing in Etobicoke, where they are originally proposing to send some head office employees. What they decided to do was that they would be moving all of their head office employees to this location within one of their buildings. In addition to that, two of their dealerships at 2250 and 2280 Queen Street West, which are the Lexus and the Acura, will eventually be relocating to this park. So we're also working with the economic development to discuss a rezoning for those lands to bring different employment uses to that site. So they have a lot of money invested in this area in terms of relocating and consolidating their head office to this location. So with the resubmission, we prepared an employment study, which looked, and we discussed certain things like capping the amount of retail, i.e. showroom space per building, setting limits for the amount of office density per parcel, and staff were generally supportive of this. By the time we sort of worked through the process, we came up with a projection of approximately 379 employees that would ultimately be relocating to Block 3 should the application be approved. And I guess the important thing to keep in mind is that you're not just having head office jobs. There will be some dealership jobs, but dealerships generally tend to employ a lot of people, on average between 80 and 120. And these are all pretty good paying jobs, by the way. And you would liken it to something like a mini storage facility that's permitted under the current zoning, which only employs less than 10 people. So the whole objective with the exercise was to bring jobs to these lands, and I think we've fulfilled that objective. We've had a chance to work with staff in terms of generating conditions that they thought were acceptable. We've reviewed the conditions, and we find the conditions to be reasonable and appropriate. We agree with the staff report. We agree with staff's assessment of the application meeting the 4 tests under the Planning Act. Just to conclude, with respect to the comments made by the Region Appeal, it's important to note that the official plan permits retail uses in employment areas, and we are respecting the caps that are proposed for the individual buildings. These types of uses are not considered major retail uses as identified in the growth plan under section 2251. And we did prepare and submit a legal opinion back in December on this matter, just to make it clear that this was not a conversion issue that warranted a municipal comprehensive review. In fact, section 2.2.51 of the growth plan speaks to making more efficient use of vacant and underutilized employment lands to increase employment density, and is our opinion that that's exactly what we're doing with 379 jobs projected for this block. It's also important to note that these lands are not within a provincially designated, provincially significant employment zone. So just to conclude, Mr. Chairman, we support the staff report. We want to thank the planning and the EDO staff for recognizing that our clients are original investors in the park and have a long-term investment in this park, and for working with us to come up with a solution that we think will be a win-win for everybody. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levick. Before I myself or the committee members ask the questions, I just would like to check if do we have any correspondence from any parties, some concerned neighbor or any members of the audience. They registered with staff prior to this meeting or during this meeting. I assume not. Then I would like to hear staff report, as this is a deferred item. So we did get to hear some of the comments in the past. Of course, they were completely different comments than this report. So I'd like to hear the staff first, and then I'll ask the committee members if they have any comments or concern in regards to the staff recommendations or the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has given a good overview of the changes that have been made to the application, the discussion that has happened since this was first considered by the committee last December. So in summary, staff is able to find that conforms to the 4 tests, and the application is supportable, subject to a number of conditions. And a lot of these conditions are intended to, or some of these conditions are intended to ensure that the employment intent of this area is maintained. So if you bear with me, it is a fairly lengthy conditions, but I will proceed with reading them. The first is that within 180 days of the committee's decision, or within an extended period of time as approved by the Director of Development Services, the applicant shall submit a condominium application, and that within 180 days or within an extended period of time, as approved by the Director of Development Services of the registration of a condominium and council adoption of a part lot control exemption bylaw for the lands and site plan applications shall be submitted. 2, site plans submitted for the land subject to this application shall adhere to the design principles of the community guidelines for block plan area 48-1, which shall include limiting the display of vehicles, outdoor storage in the front yard to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. 3, that in conjunction with the establishment of any vehicle dealership on the lands that are shown as the northern parcel on the sketch attached to the public notice, i.e. the lands north of the proposed private drive that includes buildings A, B, and C, a minimum of 1,200 square meters of office space is required to be developed in this area, which may be in a separate building from the vehicle dealerships. 4, that any building, including a vehicle dealership use on the lands that are shown as the 3 southerly parcels on the sketch attached to the public notice, i.e. the land south of the proposed private drive, must include a minimum of 465 square meters of office space per building and must be a minimum of 8 meters in height. 5, that any building that does not include a vehicle dealership use on the lands that are shown on this as the 3 southerly parcels on the sketch attached to the public notice, i.e. the land south of the proposed private drive, must include a minimum of 331 square meters of office space per building and must be a minimum of 8 meters in height. 6, that the proposed retail gross floor area shall be a maximum of 4,000 square meters for the entire block, being block 3 of Plan 43M 1907 as shown on the sketch attached to the notice, and that no more than 1,000 square meters of retail floor area shall be permitted per building. Number 7, that storage of vehicles shall not occupy any portion of the existing lot or any future legally created lot / part lots within block 3 until such time as the principal building has been constructed on the individual future lot part lot, with the exception that storage may be permitted during the site plan application process for a lot only if approved by and subject to conditions and restrictions identified by the Director of Development Services. And 8, failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall require their approval null. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderberg. Many members, any question, comment, concern regarding this staff report?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just had one quick comment, and then I've got a host of questions as well. In the report, it mentioned something from the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority's comments. I didn't see that anywhere in the report, and I don't have access to that.
You're right, Mr. Power. I realize that too. I think the regional staff comment is mentioning about TRCA, but we don't have comments from TRCA. So maybe staff can answer. Mr. Vanderberg, are you aware about that?
I have personally not seen the comments from the TRCA, or if there are comments, but what I would note is they will have to go through a site plan approval process, and through that process, it was circulated to the TRCA, and we would address any comments that they would have through that process.
I hear you, but it's clearly mentioned in the regional comments, and oftentimes regarding all other applications, whether it's a CVC or TRCA, their comments, this committee make their decision on based on those comments. Rest of the things obviously can be dealt with at the site plan process. But did we didn't get on time, or what was the issue, if we can ask about, because this land is back onto a conservation authority land, as Mr. Power mentioned.
I guess I may defer to Jeannie if we have received any comments or was circulated to the TRCA. I personally have not seen any comments from them.
If the chair will just bear with me for a moment, I'm just checking back to see if we have anything.
Sure, Ms. Myers.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, I also have a few questions that I'd like to pose.
Sure, you can go ahead, Ms. Marcus, meantime, when Ms. Myers are checking into it.
Okay, my question is for the staff. In December, this application came before us, and the staff report was quite negative. And the staff were opposing this completely. I wonder what has changed from December to now for a complete reversal in their point of view, because I don't seem to see any background for that. Would I be able to, or the committee members be able to be enlightened in that view?
Yeah, through the chair, I guess this is David Vandenberg. I would say that the main thing that is the basis for the change in staff's opinion is the applicant has provided more information about the employment uses, that employment numbers that would be on the site, and most notably the corporate head offices that are located for the Paulo Caro Group. This really does bring it more in line with the intent of the prestige industrial designation in the secondary plan. And it does, I would also note that it does meet the secondary plan sets a density target for the number of jobs in this proposal based on the information included in the employment report, and the additional office uses does meet that.
Well, if the staff is changing their opinion on the basis of job and employment numbers, and these numbers were the same as Inspire Boulevard, I'm wondering why Inspire Boulevard came before us, and then we approved that, and then that was challenged by the city staff, and that application went to the OMB at the time. So I'm really confused. That's my main thing right now, is my confusion. I can't only speak for myself. I'm not speaking for the other members, obviously, but it's confusing.
Yeah, well, one thing I would note, there's a little bit of a different context for the Inspire Boulevard area. So that site, that area, there is versus a special policy area in the secondary plan that prohibits motor vehicle uses. So with that specific prohibition, it makes it harder to support motor vehicle uses in that area. And also it does have this different zoning as well in that area. So the policy context is a little bit different between the two sites.
Okay.
Just to, sorry, Ms. Marcus, just quickly, before I get back to Ms. Marcus, to Mr. Vanderberg, is this not going to be an OPA, official plan amendment, as staff did with the other applications there?
I know there is quite a bit of history here, and there has been quite a few variances approved, including right on the lot immediately adjacent to it. And admittedly, this is a little bit of a one that is a tough call as far as how to handle it, and there is some weakness, I would say, in our policy framework about how to handle vehicle dealerships. But what I would say is that the auto mall has been established in the secondary plan in this area as clearly as a use that is anticipated and is existing here. And this extending it to this property is considered to be a logical, natural extension of that existing auto mall that's been accepted, I guess, in you could say, in the prestige industrial designation.
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is Member Desiree Durfler. I also had a few questions, if I might.
Sure, Ms. Stafford, go ahead.
My first question would be to Mr. Vandenberg. I note that on page 3 of the staff report, it says sort of in the middle of the full first paragraph, now the proposal consists of, and it describes what the proposal consists of. Are these changes, were they reflected in the notice that went out to the public?
Yes, the notice reflects the current development proposal.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could, the applications that were requesting variances throughout the last several years, there are 5 that are listed. I have to say that I myself was in favor of approving these facilities. The reasoning being there was already an established use. I think Mr. Vandenberg mentioned that. But I know we were pushing towards, sorry, the name of the street, Inspire. We were pushing to the northerly border of Inspire, at least I was looking at that. And I know that there were so many concerns about employment plans, both from city staff and economic development. So I duly noted those concerns. I also recognize that on the 5 variances that are listed, the first one indicates that it was approved. The second one indicated that there was a condition put on the site. And there, after that, number 3, 4, and 5 are getting quite controversial. So number 3 requested an employment report be completed demonstrating that employment yields are equivalent or greater for proposed use other than permitted uses. So we're entering back into the employment reports, and I'm not sure that that was completed, but it does say staff commented that this should be the furthest southerly extension of the auto mall. So we sort of have this demarcation that's been sort of understood or recognized between all parties, whether it was fully embraced or not. The 4th application indicates a temporary 2-year basis, and the 5th application went to a really controversial situation whereby staff was refusing it. It went to LPAT. LPAT refused the variances, and then permissions were later granted through an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So as I'm reading all of those and cognizant that I was involved in all the approvals, my feelings are still that we are in a very controversial area, and I'm not sure whether there should be official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments that would apply here. And again, this isn't my area of expertise, but I guess the overall question is we are now encroaching in what we generally understood to be employment lands. We had economic development speak to us about this, imploring that we proceed no further with approvals for similar facilities, and yet now we are seeming to embrace this, at least from the city standpoint. So I'm wondering, we have nothing in front of us either from economic development that's indicating their support of this. I know it's mentioned in your report, but I think it would be very important for us to understand what is going to transpire moving forward from here before we look at approving this. And I don't want to be lengthy, but I also have a number of questions in terms of what the Region of Peel has submitted. And I can go through those in a moment, but they seem to be indicating that they would permit the conversion of lands within employment areas only through a municipal comprehensive review. They further indicate that this does not fully address regional official plan policies and objectives related to employment protection. They mention environmental concerns need to be addressed. We're not sure that we have any correspondence from an environmental authority. And then lastly, there's a traffic impact study that is requested from traffic development, which I would have questions about as well, what's happening with traffic. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to bundle this all up because there are so many questions, and I think Member Marcus indicated she was confused. I think I'm also confused, and I would really appreciate having more information on which to base this review, discussion, and or approval and or refusal.
Thank you, Ms. Goffner, for your questions. And before I go back to whether Ms. Marcus or Mr. Power, because Mr. Power had some concerns regarding TRCA, I just quickly wants to touch base with Ms. Myers. Was she able to find out, so we can go back to the queue, and then the staff or the applicant agent can answer any of these questions put forward by the committee members.
Through the chair, I can confirm that when we had the hearing back in December, we did receive correspondence from TRCA. It's a letter actually dated December 2nd, and they were indicating conditional approval of the minor variance subject to condition, one of them being that they were requesting that the applicant submit a TRCA permit application, and the other condition was related to the fee for their commenting letter.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We would like to, it would have been good if I know we are in an unprecedented time and we understand the concerns, but somehow it did not work it out. Back to Mr. Power, if you can address to this question, because as you asked this.
Yeah, I was just concerned with the TCRA report. Obviously, it's got to have some environmental concerns when you're having an auto body shop on premise. All the conditions that were mentioned by the city staff didn't list anything or address the auto body. So that would be why I would be interested in the TCRA as well. And you have to forgive me for a sec, or maybe indulge me, because maybe I just don't know or just don't understand. But when we're talking about staffing reports, and I get that, you know, you've got 380 some odd jobs or proposed jobs, but the agent said that those jobs were already in use or already employees of the business that are coming from other municipalities into Brampton. So I guess my question is how does the job report, or how does that actually impact Brampton or give jobs to people in Brampton?
Maybe back to Mr. Levac.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, once as part of their investment into the area, there will be. I mean, just a portion of this involves relocating head office jobs from existing locations in Toronto and Oakville and Brampton. But with the expansion plans, there is a lot of new employment that will naturally be created as site plans come in and new buildings are constructed. And on the TRCA issue, if I could just point out, there was the comment that came back in December, which is the same comment we got back in 2017 when we obtained the variance approval for the block next door to this on Block 2, which was basically that the applicant would submit a TRCA permit under Ontario Regulation 16606. And all that means is that we abut an area that's regulated by the TRCA. So there's an area, and if you look at Block 24 on some of the mapping, there's a big buffer strip around it. So as part of our site plan approval, we'll have to make sure that Block 20 is the actual feature, but there's also, I think, a 20-meter buffer strip that surrounds it. So we'll have to, through site plan approvals, make sure that we provide further buffering through an EIA study or whatever that's required to make sure that there's no negative impact on the buffer feature.
So shouldn't, and forgive me again, shouldn't TCRA have sent a new letter or something new saying that you've complied with what happened in December?
I don't know whether, I don't do the circulations. They did send their comments in December. The actual variance itself hasn't changed. The only difference is the actual site plan map that we attach to it, but the one that's in front of you now is fairly similar to the one that was submitted with the original application that they would have reviewed.
And again, I keep going back to the jobs thing, but I don't see how it creates jobs for Brampton.
Well, there are a number of new buildings being proposed here on this block. So we're gonna, if the application's approved, we'll be submitting a condo plan to sever this, to divide this block up into smaller parts, and individual site plan approvals will come in for new dealerships, the head office building, the collision center, and you know there'll be some new dealerships coming in. Particularly on the Mercedes-Benz, they're looking at hiring new people for their smart car and their Sprinter operation. So yeah, I mean, we've there will, some of it will be relocation, some of it will be new employment.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
I remember Desiree Durfler again. Just a question to staff, if I might. These applications that are listed as having been approved, the 5 that are in the staff report, how many of those have been built, or in what process are each of the applications? Because it looks as if really not much has transpired on any of those sites. On my site, does it?
Or was that to staff or to myself?
To staff, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I apologize. I don't have that information with me. Maybe Jim Levesque, the applicant, do you have knowledge of which ones?
From my knowledge of those applications, and I looked at, I think, 3 of them, they are all automobile ownership groups that do not have a presence in this area now. And what they've basically been doing, and you know, we don't want to be lumped in with these guys because we're not looking for land to park cars. I mean, Policaro spent a lot of money, and so did Mercedes-Benz, to develop a master plan for future expansion in the area. From what I can see, and you know, these other groups, they've got their approvals. They're using the sites as inventory parking only, and I don't know when they're gonna, if and when they're gonna put dealerships in the area.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, I think I previously lumped a lot of different questions and/or concerns into sort of a quick overview, and I'm concerned that we have a lot of things that we need to understand. Obviously, between the applicant and the city, conversation has been transpiring. So there's obviously been a comfort level that's been established, but I don't know that we're seeing that in front of us. And my overriding concern at the moment is that this is not minor in nature. So sort of go back to, I think what a few of us have indicated, that we're not seeing the paperwork in front of us. We're not seeing that the employment lands are being used as they were originally intended. Number 2, that the auto dealerships are moving further south. With respect, I know a little bit about the Policaro Group. I've used your facilities along Queen Street. You're top notch, and you know, I support what I think you anticipate doing. But my concern is that we've just gone a little bit too far at this point in time. And we've been given too much as a committee to look at, that because it's minor in nature, I would request a deferral and request that we receive more information so that our questions can be answered. So that would include sort of an update from TRCA, anything that may be forthcoming from Credit Valley Conservation Authority, correspondence from economic development that they are in fact changing their view of these development lands and what we should be understanding in terms of that. just an overall traffic study or an understanding of what is going to transpire with traffic, and further an understanding of what's taking place with the other 5 sites that have been approved. I understand that Policaro Group or the applicant does not want to be lumped in with them, but it is important for us to have in terms of information. And then again, the comments that are provided by the Region of Peel, which I won't go through, but they're all listed quite extensively on their comments, just getting the answers for some of their questions. So yeah, it just the breadth of the information that we seem not to have in front of us, I think is enough, at least for me, to indicate that this is not minor in nature, and thus I would request a deferral in order for us to be presented with the full and comprehensive overview of these details.
And if I may, this is Christina Marquez.
Sure.
In the same vein as my colleague, the vice chair, I think that the overall applications and the staff recommendations don't seem to be, at least it doesn't seem to be minor in nature to me. And the staff should have more time for consultations. I think that the conditions that are before us are quite lengthy, and that this application should go through council, and it should be done in a different way. I honestly think that this is stepping out of, this application overall is stepping out of what we normally would do at Committee of Adjustments. It is very important that we do this properly. I think that having more jobs in Brampton is highly desirable, and with all due respect to the Policaro Group, I like my colleagues, am very, I think that they are desirable to come to Brampton, except it should be done through the proper vehicles that we have at the city. If I had to vote this second, I would say that my view is to adjourn this application, at least adjourn this application until we have all the proper reports. I know it seems like I'm saying 2 different things, but at least I'm not ready to vote on this today.
Okay, committee members, Mr. Levak, for the just for the last time to conclude, unless Mr. Vanderberg or yourself wishes to address some of these concerns put forward by the committee members, and as they indicated, both of them indicated about the motion. So, as the chair, if 2 of the members are asking for it, I need to, before I go into the motions, I would just like to ask if you would like to address something, if anything you would like to suggest based on these numbers, TRCA, regional comments, any study it requires, and in particular, a member mentioned about body shop, because body shop is not permitted use here. That is my understanding, unless Mr. Vanderberg can, clarify on that, or you can correct me on that. So these are some of the concerns as they have put forward. So having said that, if you would like to address, it's your chance, then I'll go back to Ms. Stoffler or Ms. Power or Ms. Marcus.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I guess the one thing I would point out is this is the same application we applied for next door on Block 2, on the same designation, on the same zone lands that was supported by committee and staff. It's just a larger parcel of land that we have to subdivide into smaller parcels. I'm quite happy to, I mean, when we had the discussions during, I guess, before and after COVID with staff, Paul Aldonate from the Economic Development Office, who attended the original hearing, was was a participant in all of those discussions. I'm not sure why economic development didn't send a separate report, or whether they collaborated with planning on this report, or what dialogue was involved. I mean, that's something that Mr. Vandenberg can assist you with. But they've been very involved in this process since the original deferral, as well as sort of involved with the Paula Carroll Group in specific in terms of potential after what the lands on Steeles that will eventually be rezoned as well. So we've had quite a lot of dialogue with economic development. Having said that, if you think of a further report is warranted from economic development, we're quite happy to defer the matter. I'm in your hands on that, but we have no objection if that's something committee feels comfortable doing.
And this is David, to provide further information about the discussion with economic development. They were very involved in the review of this application, and they did provide comments by email, and their comments are quoted on page 6 of the report. And they said that the updated information provided by the applicant provides a more robust analysis of potential employment that this application will bring. This revised submission provides more employment opportunities than were anticipated under the previous submission. Considering the evolution of the surrounding lands, the amount and type of jobs that are proposed, economic development staff are satisfied with the revised proposal. However, recommend, if possible, that the buildings are constructed before the lands are used as car storage. And as noted, staff is recommending a condition to address that last point. And then I would also note, as far as the traffic, we'll be happy to go back and look at the traffic impacts more and provide more analysis on it. But I would note that our traffic staff had not asked for a traffic study for this, and that's why one was not completed.
Mr. Vandenberg, thank you for your comment. I guess what committee members are really trying to say here, or they have said that in the last meeting in December, when I was in support of deferral, staff was in strong opposition of this application based on the nature, other component, and also mainly with ACTAV stuff. So one of their concern was that this piece or this area, they are saving it for some other developments they are working on, or they are in dialogue with some other businesses, and the city does not have too much land left on those initiatives the city is taking, although I do acknowledge that COVID may have changed some of them, but at the same time, if you look at the committee members' point of view, I guess they all got this report, including myself, just before the weekend, pretty much in the evening of Friday, and to observe all this information versus it was completely different vision staff had in December. This is too many factors in that. So I guess that's where the committee members are concerned, and majority of them, they're outlined their wishes. So this is where we are coming from, and being involved in these matters on the committee. One thing I respectfully don't understand, that initially staff is in support of application. Then when, as Member Doffler indicated, when the time comes for Inspire, it went to, staff went to all the way to OMB, which I have no problem with that. But now again refusal, and now stating the support again. As I said, I do acknowledge that the Paula Carroll Group, and so as Mercedes, they already have existing operations. As Mr. Levick clearly indicated, that they just don't want another parking lot, as this is one of my concerns, so as the committee members, because majority of the dealerships being approved in this site, when the original auto mall being expanded. Ever since the original auto mall being expanded, I don't see, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see a single dealership being built out of the original auto mall, unless the Honda is just at the very south. So anything when we talk about east side of Ace Drive, nothing has been built. Between Ace and Dixie, all you can see thousands of cars and just the fence on those lots where the dealerships has been approved. That is obviously one of the concern. What I guess the committee wishes at this point is to have a proper look by the staff and all other related departments. At the same time, the major concern, I guess, the committee members has indicated, and that's why I'm looking on that side too, that are we stepping out of our jurisdiction as a member of Committee of Adjustment? Is this really minor in nature, this kind of development? Is this board is appropriate to handle this application, or it should go to the council? So these are obviously, as the rest of the members indicated, these are my question too. I am personally, time to time, I have indicated I am pro-business. I want, when I say pro-business, it doesn't mean that I don't want to follow the procedure. I want these businesses to move forward. In fact, if Mr. Lewak could recall, back in December, I was the one who supported the deferral request, even though staff was in strongly opposition of refusal of this application. And at that time, the staff, I guess, clearly indicated that even the deferral won't change their position. So today we see the position has been changed, and that's what is some sort of concern. Myself, I'm well wishing of all the businesses, but we just want to go through a proper channel, proper procedure. And I guess that's where this committee, the majority of the committee has indicated in that way.
If I might, Chairman, just make a comment. Just in terms of the region of Peel, just to take this again back to employment, because again, I think we have lots of questions. But the comment number 3 and 4, if I might read them off. Region of Peel Official Plan Policy 5.6.2.6 seeks to protect and support employment areas for employment uses as designated in area municipal official plans. Policy 5.6.2.6 defines employment areas in the city of Brampton as those that contain lands designated office, industrial, and certain business corridor lands, as further defined in the Brampton Official Plan. In addition, Regional Official Plan Policy 5.6.2.8, this is the important part, permits the conversion of lands within employment areas only through a municipal comprehensive review. And the point directly under that, point number 4, we understand that the City of Brampton planning staff proposed conditions on the variance application that require a minimum gross floor area for office use, while also restricting the total retail gross floor area for the entire Block 3 on Plan 43 M-1907. And here's the important part. While these conditions are a step in the right direction for maintaining some employment function on the site, they do not fully address regional official plan policies and objectives related to employment protection. So again, we're seeking some clarification on what these lands are now meant to be considered for. Economic Development did have a physical presence at our December hearing, and they were fully in opposition to this. So again, understanding if there are more applications that might be forthcoming beyond this, or if this seems to be the last one, what are these employment lands now going to be considered for? Is this opening them up completely for continuation of this use? I guess these are sort of our broad strokes on what we're looking to understand. And as the region comments indicate, they seem to be of the same feeling. So I think we've said the same thing several times now, but it just describes for me the fact that this right now is not minor in nature, and we are missing perhaps parts or large parts of the story that would have us understand this properly for a proper review and a proper vote.
Okay, Ms. Staffler, before I just ask you, just quickly, I want to make a comment to Mr. Levak and Mr. Levak. We were there in December. Again, from day one, as a proud Bramptonian, I would like to see all these dealerships for every brand which are currently not located in Brampton to be located in Brampton. So the residents of Brampton, they don't have to go to other municipalities for all of their purchase or any of their work. And I am fully supportive on that note. I do acknowledge that they are providing good number of jobs, and obviously, given the circumstances, we need all these jobs here. And I could be biased for that, obviously we need more jobs and all high-paying jobs, whether they are the technicians or salespeople or any of those admin positions. But at this point, as Mr. Power and Ms. Staffler and Ms. Marcus have indicated, that probably perhaps more time we allow. So we can have some more detailed information, and then it would be easy for us to proceed further. So given the fact, Ms. Staffler or Ms. Marcus, would you suggest any time frame, because the amount of work is there, so obviously it's going to take some time. So if we can come to some sort of conclusion, and Mr. Levak, please feel free to suggest the time frame here as indicated by Ms. Staffler.
Well, the issue of that the region raises, I mean, and I spoke to that, and you may recall back in December, Patricia Foran from Airden Bayless submitted a letter to committee that spoke to the issue about municipal comprehensions and conversions, and was clearly of the opinion that the regional planner was not accurate in his assessment. Now, this is something that you might want to get an independent legal opinion from the city of Brampton as well. But we believe that we're in compliance with section 2251 of the growth plan in terms of creating. We're not creating what you call a major retail type of situation here, which would be something like a power center or a mall. And plus there's a significant office component involved as well. So we don't see this as anywhere close to being a conversion issue warranting a municipal comprehensive review. But if that issue needs to be further canvassed, fine. In terms of whether this is minor, whether the committee has jurisdiction, I know Ms. Foran spoke to that as well, and and based on the application as it's currently proposed, as it was in the property next door, it's just basically the same application, only it's a larger parcel of property. My understanding when we were dealing with staff on this is that they were really there was a lot of frustration about the issue of getting your approval and using these lands for inventory storage, and that's something that we've always maintained. We're not interested in doing that. We're invested in this area, and we have expansion plans, and we've developed the master plans, and we want to move forward. And that's specifically the reason why condition number 7 was put in to the conditions, so that it would preclude people from going in, getting their approvals, parking a bunch of cars there, and waiting, an indefinite amount of time to construct a building. And I know Francesco Policaro spoke to you personally about that when he was at the podium back in December. So, having said that, I mean, if additional information is being requested, we're fine. Whether it's 30 days or 60 days, I don't think we would need any more than 30 to 60 days to have further discussions with staff in the region on this and economic development in order for staff to report back to committee. So we're quite willing to wait it out and defer the matter so that these matters can be further canvassed to committee's satisfaction.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Levitt, for your for giving the time frame. As to assure, I hope staff is also in agreement with to reaching out to all the parties. Given the time, the current environment we are, it's always good to have some extra time taken, especially when we are dealing with multiple sites for any of the study or anything. So back to you, Ms. Toffler. As you indicated, you're looking for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would put forward a motion to defer this application. And I would say for no longer than 3 months. If the applicant can come back in 2 months, then certainly that would be great. But just in extreme caution, I would put it forward as a deferral for no longer than 3 months.
Okay, if I just check with Ms. Myers, what are the dates of the committee hearing we are looking in about 3 months from now?
Through the chair, a 3-month deferral would bring us probably to the October 20th hearing.
28?
Sorry?
Sorry, Ms. Myers, October 28, you said?
October 20.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's back to Ms. Toffler. So is that what you would be comfortable with?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so motion put forward by Ms. Toffler to defer this application to October 20th. Do we have seconded by Ms. Marcus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all in favor? I assume Mr. Power is also in support of this deferral, and anyone opposed? None. So this has been deferred for October 20th hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And our final application for today is application A 2020-0003, Surkev Singh Pandher. The property is located at 2838 Bovaird Drive West.
Mr. Matarolo, you are now in the session. You can unmute your mic and please proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee, chair and committee staff. Thank you for hearing us today and setting up this meeting during these difficult times. And I know it's been a lot of hard work on your part, so thank you very much for getting this going for us. My name is Nino Matarolo and my daughter, Elise Matarolo.
Hello.
We're both here, and we are representing the Laird House Eco Sports Educational Camp. It's a nonprofit organization. It's at 2838 Bovaird Drive West in Ward 6. Looking to permit a year-round educational camp, including use of the buildings. The year-round educational camp is essential, especially now, since schools will have alternate school days starting in the fall due to the COVID. Our camp and educational center can accommodate students on the off days when students are not going to school. We are Ontario certified teachers and will focus on a program that includes camp setting, plus now, because of the COVID and because of the, COVID has changed so many things, we can also do the tutoring of students when they're not going to school. Since we are, again, certified, we know the curriculum, and we can help the students with their homework or whatever difficulties they have academically, but we also can assist them in their socialization within the COVID restrictions, because as the Ministry of Education did state, that they're concerned because the socialization is not there anymore, And that's why they want to open up the schools as well, regardless, because it's affecting the formative years and the mental health of the students. So that is our main focus right now. We were working on just the camp, but now we want to focus in on what's happening with the kids from the COVID situation. So the social needs of the kids are important, obviously, in elementary age kids with learning disabilities. Since we are a nonprofit organization, we also assist kids that cannot afford to go to camp. And the learning, especially because now, being a teacher myself, the kids are learning from home, and there isn't the environmental educational acceptance in this format the way it is now. So right now, if we're allowed to open year-round, this can assist in the students' formative years of learning, especially the elementary age. Plus, and I've heard from many parents, they will feel more confident that their children are taught by Ontario College teachers like myself, because we know the curriculum, and we can review with the kids, with the children, what they were taught the day prior, and go over their homework or just reinforce what they've learned. And as well as, again, within the socialization aspect, we do have the camp there. We have all the OFIA and the Ministry of Education, physical education components on our facilities for the kids to enjoy, as well as we have the environmental aspect, because we are right beside the Credit River tributary. We are also looking forward to working with the City of Brampton to provide the parents and families a little bit of relief during their workday for their kids in the Brampton area. And the Mayor Brown and Councillors Pileski and Willen have been at the camp, been at the property, and they are in full support of what we're doing there. So it is something that the community in Ward 6 and the surrounding area of Brampton and Peel can take advantage of, especially now. We also have, we really appreciate all the hard work that the frontline workers are doing, the medical staff, and we're providing camp to their families at no charge at all, because we know that's important, that we do get people back into cohesion and just bonding with their families, not only just going for walks or bike riding, but going to this property, having fun. There's an 11-acre property there that they can have fun with and bond more. I don't want to say the word deteriorating, but it's not the same anymore. So we can provide that to families. And we also, with the new, on Friday, this past Friday, Prime Minister Trudeau did mention that for summer for summer employment for post-secondary students, there's going to be a grant. Now the grant, and I can use volunteers, the grants for volunteers, but they will be provided between $1,000 and $5,000 for their volunteering, and I do have assistants and volunteers at the camp that will provide for these summer students, along with, if everything goes well and we do get the year-round and we do get to use the surrounding buildings for our use, we can accommodate more staff to accommodate the students at the facility. So in my view, it's a plus all around in this unfortunate time, but our goal is still to open the camp to provide for the for the community. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, when you are done, I hope we all will be done with this today's committee meeting. So anyway, if there's any question, comment, concern by committee members, this is the time. I would like to check if we have any written submission or anyone like to speak in regards to this matter. If not, I would like to go ahead and hear staff's presentation But before that, I would just like to read, we have a letter from CVC, Credit Valley Conservation, stating no concern and no objection. So I would just like to put that on the record. So staff, if you can please weigh in your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff supports this application A 2020-003 based on the fact that the staff considers this application to be in conformity with the city's official plan and the zoning bylaw, and also being an appropriate development for the subject lands, and is also minor in nature, subject to 7 conditions. Condition number 1, that a year-round educational camp be permitted to operate only from Monday to Friday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Condition number 2, that a maximum of 250 students and staff be permitted to participate in the educational camp per session. Condition number 3, that site plan approval be obtained for the proposed site plan within 180 days of the date of decision of the committee, or as extended at the discretion of the Director of Development Services at the City of Brampton upon receipt of a written request for extension from the owner. Condition number 4, that a change of use permit for any buildings used in association with the educational camp be obtained prior to building occupancy. Condition number 5, that no new buildings or structures or additions to the existing buildings or structures be allowed on site. Condition number 6, that prior to site plan approval being obtained, the operation of a camp as approved via application via the April 16, 2019 committee decision on application A19-051 will continue to be permitted, subject to the conditions attached to the approval of that application, with the exception that the camp can be operated on a year-round basis. And lastly, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee will render the decision null and void. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmood. I guess you had this application and you were waiting since 9 o'clock.
8:50.
So
We've learned a lot listening to you, though.
I don't know if that's a good thing or bad, or you were.
Well, no, it was good. It's good. It's good.
Well, that's good to know. With all these conditions, I just want to check you understand and support and agreement with these conditions, and you accept all the conditions?
Well, number 1, absolutely. Number 2, absolutely. Number 3, I'm just not too sure what number 3 is. And
I
number
don't get
4.
like the jargon of it.
Yeah, can you just put it in more layman's?
Sure, Mr. Mahmood, if you can just explain in the layman's language.
What do you say? Sorry?
Layman's.
Basically this.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, number
We
3.
understand what it means.
It is
180 days, I don't know.
Yeah. And any other condition? You have any question?
Number 4. They just need that, just to clarify how that's going to be, what I do for that. And that's it, just 3 and 4. Everything else, like in number 5, we're not going to add anything new. Yeah. They're the ones we were good with.
Okay, so through the chair, I would like to explain condition number 3 and 4, why they are there. Part of the current minor variance application compared to the previous applications is that it is going to be a larger number of students and teachers using the educational camp. And number 2, they will be the camp will be operated along with the use of the existing building and structures. Previously, there was a condition that they cannot use the buildings. So we have had a detailed meeting with the building staff and region, which the applicant also participated. So wherein the building staff indicated that they would need to look at the the septic system and the water wells on the property, because the property does not have municipal water or sewer. They will also need to look at the condition of the buildings and some improvements to the buildings and adequacy of the water wells and septic system and other features of the property would need to be determined. And as a result, and before they can begin to use the buildings, the building department would need to issue them a change of use permit. So as part of that process, they would need to submit a site plan approval application, and staff has suggested that they should do that, get the site plan approval within 6 months of the approval of the committee's, the committee's approval. Yeah.
I understand. So then, would I have to get someone from the city to come in to take a look at all these? The septic system, the water system, the building? Like who would inspect this?
Yeah, through the chair. So I believe after the approval of this application, the applicant would need to get in touch with the building department. Marco Carabarelli is the supervisor of buildings. So you would need to contact him, and they will provide you the information as what would be the next steps in this direction.
Sorry, if I may make a comment. The city does not evaluate the existing building on your behalf. The city will review a permit application to change the use of the property, and that would include the required submissions, plans, details of your septic system that would be prepared on your behalf by a design expert who's qualified in the building code to make that sort of submission. Because you're changing the use of these buildings, an evaluation of the existing building systems is required. Some upgrades will also likely be required. And at the time the building permit is submitted to the city, prepared by your designer or qualified expert, who has what's called a building code identification number qualification in order to make this kind of submission for a change of use. That's the point at which the city will review the plans, and then should any construction be necessary or change, then inspections will be conducted following the issuance of a building permit.
Oh, okay, so we have to get a private firm first to look at everything, and then get someone with a building code number, identification number, and then submit that to you within 180 days, and your department will come in and check everything out.
And if I may just offer some clarification, so the 180 days applies to the time frame in which you have to receive what's called site plan approval. Site plan approval is just a plan of the property showing where the parking is going to be located, showing, where the play areas or other administrative facilities are going to be located, showing the location of buildings, showing the location of landscaping. That is not part of the building permit application, but it is required you need to obtain that approval before you can even submit the building permit application. Site plan approval is what's called applicable law for the purpose of obtaining a building permit for a change of use. And as Nasir had recommended, it certainly, you've had meetings before with Marco Taraborelli of the building division, and I would encourage you to continue to work with both him and Nasir on obtaining the necessary site plan approval, and certainly they can offer you some guidance on how to obtain a change of use building permit and what the requirements for that would be.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, this member Desiree Durfler. Just a clarification, if I might, from city staff. The request for site plan approval, would that be a limited site plan approval? And specifically, I guess the site services are wanting to be clarified and quantified?
Through the chair, I won't say that it would be a limited site plan, but I can see that it could be a scope site plan because no new buildings and structures are going to be constructed. But there are certain site features, including parking and access, and site servicing, which will, so it won't be a limit, but it would be a scope site of review of the site plan, which will only look at those aspects of the property.
Right. So in that case, would we be able to put that into the wording? I'm concerned because the applicant, this sounds like it would be their first time through this process.
Yes.
The site plan it can be rather lengthy and full-blown. So just if we can clarify that for them, because I've got some real concerns that there's not an understanding of what the undertaking required here is on the applicant's behalf.
Yes.
And I tend to agree with you, Mr. Hopper, on that. This is going to be, temporary. So, sorry, I meant that whatever if there's no structure is going to be added, I meant, so it's better if we, deal with this accordingly, not necessarily like in the full site plan. So, and they get caught into all those wordsmiths and all those documentations. Mr. Mahmood?
Mr. Chair, my view is that, as I said before, that it may not be a full site plan, but at this moment it would be premature to say whether it would be limited or limited to what extent, because when the applicant engages the services of an architect or engineer who prepares the scope for the site plan, it will be at that stage that it will be determined as to what the site plan would include. But my understanding is that it should not be a full site plan. It should be something in between full and limited.
Yeah, so this is David Van, if I may offer some insight here, I guess, as far as what a limited site plan application is. Limited site plan applications are typically for very, very simple applications. So, for example, someone adding a door to an existing building, that type of thing would go through a limited site plan. Like, they are really, really simple applications. This one, because they're going from 25, I believe, to 250 potential students and staff on the site, so increase it tenfold, there can be a difference in impact. And while it may not be a full site plan, it may be a site plan process that's a little bit more extensive than a limited site plan. And we do have 4 streams of site plan processes, or three streams of site plan processes besides exclusions, and those are limited, which are for very simple matters. Basic site plans, which have a scoped circulation, and then they show the potential for agreements and securities if needed, and then you have a full site plan application. It may be something that is in between. It may be a basic site plan application.
Yeah.
Could be the most likely outcome.
Okay, so what I would like to do is, like I mentioned, was to open it year-round and to keep it open, continue on during the school year, so then I can accommodate students that are not going to school. Now, does that mean that the facility cannot be open until I get this full site plan, and how long is this going to take? Like,
I think what they're suggesting is you don't need to get a full site plan done.
yeah.
So it's somewhere between the full and limited. But so just to clarify, do you recommend that we meet with this Marco Terminelli and Mr. Mahmood that we're speaking to right now? Like you mentioned, this is not necessarily our forte. We're educators. But we are willing to meet with people or hire people. We do appreciate your guidance, but just to have a little bit of clarification, the gentleman that was just speaking mentioned, a limited site plan could be something simple as adding a door to a building of some sort, but we are not really looking to add any infrastructure or change anything. Everything we believe is already there and has been reviewed by an engineer.
The previous owners of the building was a company called Sonopta, the former building. And the building we're looking at was built as an office, and there's it's almost like 4,000 square feet on each floor. There's a basement and a top floor, and they have all the facilities there. I think they had like 50 or 50 staff there at one time. So nothing, like my daughter said, nothing needs to be really added, or it's all safe.
If I may just make a comment, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, it's Elizabeth Corazola speaking. I do recommend that the applicant meet with, number one, planning staff who can guide them through the site plan approval. And yes, certainly with building division staff, and that would be Marco Taraborelli, who was involved in previous meetings. And I recognize that the applicants don't intend to do anything on this property in terms of upgrades or, changes to the physical features that are currently existing. But I do want them to understand that they may be required to, because there is a change of use under the building code when you're converting a building from an office to a classroom and school type facility, which is what's called an assembly occupancy. You have a number of people who are there on a temporary basis. There's an entire evaluation of the existing systems that would have to be done by a professional in order to determine what changes, and I suspect that there will be changes and upgrades that will be required, that you will have to do in order to use those existing buildings for your intended purpose that would be supported through this approval. So yes, there is still likely some work that needs to be done, and whether the building was constructed with a permit as an office in the past, what you're proposing to do is a change of use for the purpose of the building code, and therefore requires an evaluation of the existing structure and likely improvements. And I'm going to say, in all likelihood, it may even mean you have to increase the capacity of your septic system. And it could also, as Nasir has mentioned, require an evaluation of the well and water capacity for the number of occupants you will now have on this property.
Okay.
I guess that's a very good information. Thank you, Ms. Corazola, for explaining in a simple layman language. And I guess we have enough discussion over this. If the applicants understand all these conditions, I'd like to move forward. If committee members has no further question, comment, or concern.
Mr. Chair, just a quick clarification, if I might. I apologize.
Sure.
The change of use permit, I'm fully supportive that there are probably going to be changes in the buildings for exiting, for everybody's safety. But I just wondered, we've run into change of use permits previously in terms of what is required, what the undertaking is, and I guess, again, making the applicant aware of what is included. I'm also wondering if staff has an idea of roughly what the cost of a change of use permit is, because I've encountered in the past, and this was a few years past, that it was quite an onerous cost associated, but I don't know what's transpired again over the last few years. Is there some insight that could be shared in terms of the cost of a change of use permit beyond obviously hiring professionals to do the drawings and make the submissions?
Thank you, Christina. That's very important.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm afraid that I don't have the information about an exact cost, and I believe that it's a mathematical calculation that's done based on the floor area involved. And as far as the cost of the permit is relatively inexpensive relative to the cost of what might be required in terms of building upgrades. And without understanding what is existing in the building and how that might compare to what would be required to change the use, it would be impossible for staff to even guess at how much, if anything, needs to be done. It's quite possible that they overbuilt the office and it's potentially able to accommodate a new use without much change, but I would have no way of knowing that, and certainly building division staff wouldn't either, without the submission of a permit application, which is where all of that will be determined. following the evaluation by a professional who's qualified and understanding Section 10 of the building code as for change of use, as well as any system upgrades that might be required.
Okay. So I assume that answers the question put forward by Ms. Duffler. Ms. Corzola, just quickly, the last thing, and I assume that all of the new COVID measures will be implemented through this process as well, or that's something, the separate guidelines?
No, we are certainly operating under a COVID-19 standard practice right now. As far as I'm aware, site plan applications are being accepted electronically, and following site plan approval, the building division staff, if we're still on, if city offices are still closed to the public, we would arrange for submission of applications, and certainly an email at this point in time. A lot of our meetings are being held by Skype and by email rather than in person in the office, but we're happy to accommodate both the submission of new applications as well as inspections that are also being conducted virtually at this point in time.
Okay, that's good. So I guess we have already good enough discussion. So my simple, I would like to, address the applicants. The staff is always very cooperative, even in this COVID time. Like, if you have any further question, you're more than welcome to always get in touch, as Ms. Corzola mentioned. And they will be with you throughout the process to guide you if any question you may have at that time. So if no further question or concerns from anybody at this point, so back to applicant, just you understand and accept all the conditions now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so back to the committee members. If no more discussion, then looking for a motion to proceed.
Motion to proceed with staff recommendations.
Motion to proceed with staff recommendations by Mr. Power, seconded by
Member Dorfler.
Member Dorfler. All in favor? Anybody opposed? So it's carried unanimously, and this is, I guess, thank you very much for today's, this last application. This is approved, and I guess this was the last application. And quickly, I would like to thank all, obviously, the members for taking the time after so long, all applicants, public, and especially the entire city staff, planning and zoning staff, and all other departments involved in this, because this COVID, it's very hard to work, obviously, through, given the role of these departments, oftentimes when physical presence is necessary sometime, but it was a bit of obviously hard for us, but I'm really thankful. I'm glad that this staff is there to assist us throughout this meeting. And the special thanks goes to Mr. Fay, entire clerk's department, Ms. Myers, and everybody for assisting and organizing this meeting. Not only this meeting to guide us throughout this process, through the training and taking the time. So I, myself, and behalf of the committee members, I would like to thank each and everyone on this call. I'm really thankful for all their great work they're doing, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, we need a motion to adjourn. Otherwise, Ms. Myers will call me out for that. So looking for a motion to adjourn, and this motion is
to adjourn
by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Of course not. So it's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes today's Committee of Adjustment meeting, and we'll see in the next meeting.
Have a good one, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.